see.
Oh, you see, that's Ramon over there.
Good
Hey,
afternoon.
Ramon. Good
Hello, how are
afternoon.
you?
Nice to see you both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this is Ramon on that screen. It's right over there. Hello, I'm Arno, in case you didn't know.
Hey, everybody.
So, welcome on this wonderful Friday afternoon. There
Yes.
are a lot of people tuning in now. Welcome. Grab a drink. We have ours. Grab some snacks.
I know I have mine.
Mm.
Got
So,
my
you do know
water.
there's like in Holland, we have this thing called Freemibo. So, have you heard of that, Ramon?
No, not until now.
Okay, so a Freemibo is an abbreviation for vrijdagmiddagborrel, basically, which literally translates to Friday afternoon drinks. So basically, I think that a lot of Dutchies now will probably have their own drink, snacks, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Can we already see who is tuning in?
Yeah, we've got about 300 folks so far tuned in to watch us.
I'm curious where they're from, though.
Yeah. Why don't you send us an emoji in the YouTube chat? Maybe an emoji of the flag where you are at the moment. I'm going to put mine in. I'm in Austria at the moment.
I've already seen someone say hi from Sheffield. Hello, Sheffield. This is us. Lexmond.
Oh, that's here, right?
Yes, that's here. I didn't know that. But we have a place called Lexmond in the Netherlands. But yeah, the Netherlands.
This is wonderful. We've got folks from India, from the Netherlands. I saw someone from Chile. Buenas tardes. Buenos días.
Wow, they're tuning in from everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So, Ramon, would you like to tell us a bit about our event, how it started?
Totally. Well, I mean, as a lot of you folks know, a couple of events this year have been canceled or postponed. And this wonderful group of people here, from left to right, we've got Floor, Tom, Arno, and Raita. These are the folks that brought us Euroco 2019 in Rotterdam. You might, if you were there, you might remember we were sailing the high seas. But no boat puns for today.
Too bad.
Well, these four folks thought, as many of us do, there's a bit of a Ruby-shaped hole in our hearts, a bit of a quietness in Ruby land in terms of conferences. So in a very quick space of time, they thought, hey, wouldn't it be wonderful to have an online event where we could bring together so many wonderful speakers, so many wonderful organizers, so many wonderful voices from around the world to celebrate this programming language that is so beloved. With that said, welcome. Thank you for joining us today on Noruko. We're very excited to be able to bring this event to you and be able to share the voices of those who have very kindly agreed to give a presentation today. I'll be giving you a quick tour of what you can expect today from us. We've got two tracks, the main and community tracks. On the community track, the emceeing will be headed up by Arno. Can you give us a little wave or something, Arno? I don't know if you're there.
Let me get on mic. Hello. Yeah, so I'll be your MC for the main track. For the community track, because you're looking at the main track. You can potentially from time to time see me, because actually, this is where we'll be standing to present to you. So at least you can have a look over here, if you can't get enough of me. And if you want to have a look at the community track, you can clearly see the best of Raita, because we can see each other. So you can see two tracks at the same time.
I think it's so important to show both sides at the same time, yes. So what we've got here is, as said, our main track, where we'll get presentations from Mats, Penelope, Tatiana, Tom, Allison, Yulik, and Kir. What you can also expect there is a musical intermezzo. A little bit more on that later. Let's have a look at the community track. So before the community track starts at 4 o'clock, we'll be having our presentation from Mats. So once that presentation ends, feel free to head over to the community track, which will be headed up by Phil, Ali, Victor, Shan, Miriam, and Amr. We're very excited to be able to show this to you today. So you might have wondered, What was that about a musical intermezzo? Well, let me tell you. This is the Noruko musical intermezzo brought to you by Half Byte and Nerd Disco. We're very excited to be able to have this for you today. Going back to the tracks, we will have 2 broadcasts on YouTube. The main track, which you're watching now, as well as the community track. You'll be able to find the link to that on noruko.org. Please note that you will have access to a YouTube live chat where you can contribute, and we welcome you to contribute. Ask questions, have a conversation, have fun. Very important for us. We'll also be monitoring the Noruko hashtag, that is hashtag Noruko, and feel also to tweet at AMSRB. Lastly, before I hand it over to Raita, there will be captions provided live by Whitecode Captioning. You can find those by clicking somewhere here, I think on the bottom left. There's a closed captioning button. Those will be patched in live. If you're having difficulties with that, there's also a stream text link, which will be pasted into the YouTube chat below. With that said, I think I've said enough about the technical side of this conference. Let's head over to Raita, who will tell us about the community side.
Oh, thank you, Ramon. So by tuning in, basically you agree to abide by our code of conduct. This slide, you can see the link of our code of conduct and the team and the code of conduct team. You'll find their Twitter handles and their Telegram handles right there as well. So please contact them if you feel it's necessary. Any participants breaking our code of conduct on chat will unfortunately be banned from contributing any further. So about the venue, Ramon, can you tell us a bit about that?
We've got a very special venue for you this year. Now, it might look a little different for you depending on where you are, but this is an artist's rendition of what we believe the venue will look like for you. You will have a room where you will be listening to these incredible talks today. There will also be a bathroom. If you don't know where that is, I would suggest that you consult the people living around you. Maybe they have an idea. Please also feel free to grab snacks and drinks from your kitchen. Speaking of snacks and drinks, during our break, all of us core teams will be having a bite of pizza. We invite you to time your pizza delivery with that break and maybe join us for a bite. So, on the note of venues, I've shown you what your venue is going to look like. But what about the venue for us? See, it's very important for us to show that we're taking the proper safety precautions. The core team finds themselves in a position where they're all together. However, they're taking the proper precautions of staying well distanced from another and wearing protective gear when necessary. They're currently at Full Stack's office, which is their center of operations. Speaking of Full Stack, we want to thank Full Stack, as said, for providing the center of operations, as well as AppSignal for providing us with the closed captioning. So, that's what's going to happen during the day. But what about after the conference, Raita?
Yes. Okay. Wait. Let me go grab my glasses, because after the conference, we will have a Ruby karaoke. So feel free to use all the props you can find. You can use your hairbrush as a microphone if you wish, or a glass or whatever, a hat, a shawl, maybe change, be a diva or a rock star, whatever you prefer. So in the chat, you will find a link to a Google form. You can submit your song there. We will review the song to see if it's not in violation with our code of conduct. But in order to watch everyone sing their heart out, you kind of have to participate first. So you sing a song and you join the others and applaud and watch them all sing their heart out. Ooh, this is kind of okay. Sorry.
I'll be there as well.
Yeah, I'm still watching. I'm still looking for you. Oh my God, what are you going to sing with that thing on?
This
Ramon?
is my singing partner. Mia, this partner of mine, and Arno and I will be serenading you later today.
Yay.
I guess.
I guess.
Well, at least now I know which song I'm going to sing, which is completely different than last year. So we'll do fine. And if it sucks, you can only do better. So sign up.
So
It'll be
please
great.
join us in the form. So no singing, no joining. So please say, oh, very important, it will not be recorded. So you can actually sing your heart out.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
So, speaking of what the future brings, we want to give a quick shout out to what's coming next year. So, you might have noticed that Eureka 2020 was supposed to take place today, but it's not been completely canceled. On the contrary, Eureka in Finland will take place in May next year. We are really looking forward to seeing you there. They've also informed us that they've opened up a little store where you can pick up a little bit of swag. They've got some masks, some stickers, and a Eureka pillow. That's definitely not going to put me to sleep. Well, with all that said, I think you've heard enough from us for now. Let's go ahead and get into these incredible talks that we've got lined up for you. Raita, why don't you tell us who we've got on first?
Ooh. Okay. So, as the creator of Ruby, he needs little to no introduction at all. He's been working on Ruby for more than 25 years. But even the creator of Ruby sometimes fights with technology a bit. You'll find out later, because he sent us his recorded talk, and he had a bit of challenges with that. But after his stream, we will open our Q&A session with him. So please ask your questions in our chat. I never know where the chat. Please
like here.
answer your. Ask your questions there, and we'll make sure that we'll ask them to Mats when he joins us. He's going to show us not just what's coming with the release of Ruby 3, but he will also tell us a bit about the future of Ruby. So Mats, take it away.
Hi, this is Mats, the creator of the Ruby language. So that, yeah, to tell the truth, I just failed the record, the previous trial, so that I'm a little bit tired. Yeah, but anyway, thank you for having me to the Noruko Ruby conference. Due to the coronavirus outbreak, so that we cannot gather together in any country, so that many conferences are cancelled. But thank you for the technology, so that we can share our ideas and the plans to the community through the internet. That today I'm going to talk about the Ruby 3 and then beyond. So the last 4 or 5 years, I have been talking about the future Ruby 3 for a long time. So that maybe you are sick of hearing about the Ruby 3 from me. So that I explained about the Ruby 3 in the past RubyRocko, RubyConf, and Ruby Kaigi. But this year, this is real. It will be available on December 25th, 2020, as we planned. So that if everything okay, unless something very bad happens, so that we will release the Ruby 3 on December this year. So that in the past I told you about the Ruby 3 will be available on the year of Tokyo Olympic. But due to the coronavirus, so the Tokyo Olympic was postponed to the next year. So that, yeah, some people in the core community so discuss about okay, shall we postpone the the release of Ruby 3 to the next year because the Tokyo Olympic was postponed. But after some discussions, we decided to release Ruby 3 on December this year because we need to move forward. So that it's, as an open source community, we have to move forward. We have to keep moving. So that's why we work on Ruby 3. So that's why we are working so hard. The open source community in general cannot stop evolving. Otherwise, it will die. So, everyone likes new things. So that as a programmer, as an engineer, so that I like new things. So that I also a language geek. So I like to study about the new programming language. So the new programming language like Elixir, Rust, Go, or whatever. So that there are many new programming language out there. So that they are very exciting. They are very exciting for new ideas, new technologies. So yeah, it's kind of joy to learn new things. The the Ruby is kind of old. It was released on 95 to the internet, so that it is 25 years old. If the birth of the language was defined by the first release date. But at the same time, no one was paying. We have so many web applications out there. So that if we progress, we change the Ruby for new ideas, new technologies. But you have to upgrade your application very heavily. So that's paying. So that no one wants paying. In that sense, Ruby should be stable. It's kind of a contradiction, right? So the language design and the language plan are very hard to overcome this kind of contradiction. So that kind of contradiction is from our heart. So that's contradiction in our heart, human mind. So we are mere mortal, so we made mistakes. So that we language designers want to fix the mistakes in the past. So in the history of programming language, many programming languages are made the changes, incompatible changes to fix the past mistakes. For example, the Ruby 1.9 made a huge gap from Ruby 1.8 to fix the past mistakes. And then similar things happened to Python 2 and Python 3. And the PHP community tried to overcome the drawbacks they had in PHP 5. And the ECMAScript 4 as well. They try to change the mistakes fix the mistakes in ECMAScript 3 or prior. But in fact, no one wants pain, so the compatibility matters. So that when we made big change, big compatibility gap, so that we had some tragic situation. For example, Ruby 1.8, some people stayed using Ruby 1.8. So that for Ruby community to migrate to Ruby 1.9 or later, we took 5 years, more than 5 years to move on to Ruby 2.0 or the newer Ruby. The Python 3 was even worse. So that this year 2020, they declare the end of life of Python 2 officially. So the whole Python community forced to move on to newer Python 3. But they took 15 years to move on. Yeah, PHP 6 was even cancelled. They just gave up to make a big change before the release, so that they start PHP 7 from PHP 5. The ECMAScript 4 also cancelled. So the the language design reflects human mind. So that if we don't make change, so that people are bored, people just leave from the community. They stop using Ruby just because of they're boring. But if they feel too much pain in using it and migrating newer version, so that they just leave for the next project. Okay, we suffered in the past Ruby changes, so that maybe our next project will be written in, say, Rust, Go, or whatever. Yep. So so we don't know about the human mind, so that it's pretty difficult to predict. So that design, just as I said, design language is hard. But we need to move forward anyway to create a future. So the Ruby 3 is the future we have to make. We have to cheer up the community. So the basic principle of Ruby 3 is we should keep compatibility. But we can make it great, and we will make it great by making Ruby faster and making Ruby programmer more productive. Okay, the three major goals of Ruby 3 will be being fast, being concurrent, being correct. The faster Ruby can be achieved by many things. The GC improvement is one of them, and the JIT is the major part of improving performance. JIT stands for just-in-time compiler. It dynamically generates native code. So our JIT compiler named MJIT. By using MJIT, Ruby runs 3 times faster in some benchmarks. But unfortunately, not in Rails applications yet. Actually, we are improving. When the MJIT was first came into Ruby 2.4, the Rails application runs far slower using JIT. But now, using Ruby 2.7, Rails application runs as fast as without JIT. So we are improving. Concurrency is the another goal of the Ruby 3. So in the past, for example, when I was working on the first version of Ruby in 27 years ago, the one computer has only one CPU. But nowadays, even the smartphones have 8 cores or so many cores. So that using those many cores are very critical for making performance. So using more core to run fast. We are achieving this by twofold. One is the async IO fiber, the other is Raktor. Async IO fiber is a kind of fiber to multiply I/O access, so to improve the I/O bottlenecks. So some other language use the async and await, but we use fibers. For example, Node.js, at the beginning in Node.js, every I/O comes with the callbacks, and then that result in the callback hell. Then they introduce the promises, so the callback hell became the promise chain. Then in ECMAScript 7, I think, they introduced the async and await, so that we can write down the sequential way, as long as at the same time we multiply the I/O access. So Ruby 3 will come with the async I/O fiber. So since we use fibers, we don't add any new keywords like async and await. Just those I operation in those fibers, I/O fibers, so the switch context. So that async I/O fiber does not utilize the multi-cores, but utilize the blocking time to process other things, like just like a Node.js. So that since the context switches between fibers is fast, so that we can improve the performance. The Ruby application server named Falcon is based on the similar technology, and it's brilliantly fast, so that we expect the performance improvement using async I/O fiber. Actually, a guy who created the Falcon is in charge of developing the async I/O fiber right now. That's Samuel Williams. The second one is Raptor. Raptor is not Reactor, but it stands for the Ruby actor. The Raptor is for the CPU intensive task, so to improve the CPU bottlenecks. It's kind of similar to web workers, so that they have the isolated object spaces for each Raptor. So that between Raptors, they communicate via channels. Then they don't share the state, so that the immutable state. So the sharing between Raptors, data sharing between Raptors are very limited. So the three kind of objects can be shared between Raptors. The one is the immutable object, numbers, symbols, frozen strings, or something like that. But the frozen object that does not refer another object is immutable object. Okay, the second kind of the shareable objects are deeply frozen objects. A deeply frozen object means the object which is frozen, and then the objects refers from that object is also frozen recursively. So those objects are deeply frozen objects. Then the third kind is class and modules. As you know, in Ruby, the classes and modules are mutable, so that we can change the classes or modules using open class. But the accessing classes and modules from the Raptors is exclusively protected by the internal mutex, so that you don't have to worry about the changes. Okay, the classes and modules are very special. Well, so we don't have the global interpreter lock anymore. So that each reactor has inter global lock. I mean the lock. So that in theory, we don't recommend that, but in theory, you can run the multiple threads in the reactor. So the threads within the reactor is mutually exclusive using the lock, the reactor lock. But we don't have the global interpreter lock, so that each reactor can run in parallel using multi-core. So that means that we can isolate the work into the reactor so that we can use the multi-core that can run parallel. So the third goal of the Ruby 3 is the more correct Ruby. We checked error earlier. So to achieve that, we introduced the kind of static type checks. The RBS stands for the Ruby signature, and the type profiler, which generates the RBS, and then static type checker for Ruby. Well, it's a third party. The RBS is kind of like a D.TS of TypeScript. So this is the RBS example. The class foo has two methods, foo and 2s. The foo methods does not return anything. The 2s, it returns strings, and it takes no argument or integer argument. Okay, this is kind of similar to Ruby, but specially designed to describe the type. So the Ruby 3 ships with the RBS for the core libraries, like the array strings, arrays, hashes, or many things. So we can use those type information in the RBS file, so to check for the type checker or better ID. Maybe ID has the better code completion or type signature pop-up. That we can improve the tools by using RBS information, RBS type information. Then we have the tools named the type profiler. The type profiler does some kind of naive type checks, then generate the type RBS, type information in RBS for your application by using the technology named the abstract interpretation. Yeah, for example, this is the very silly example of the Ruby programs. The class foo, method foo, and then generate the foo instance, and then call the method foo. By using the abstract interpretation, so that we statically follows the execution path. So the foo method, foo class, that calls new method to generate the instance of foo class. Then call the method foo with argument 15. That means the foo method, argument A of foo method is bound to the 15, which is integer. So that we can tell A is integer. Then A is integer. Integer has plus method with that takes another number. So the A plus 2 is okay. The A has plus method, and the plus method takes the number argument. Then the plus method returns integer. Then the foo method returns B, which is integer. That means the foo method returns integer. So the type profiler generates this RBS for your application. There is foo class, which has the foo method that takes integer and returns integer. Yeah, that's it. And if you have some kind of the the type mismatch in your application, so that the type profiler cannot find the correct method in your application, and then type profiler can warn you, okay, I see some kind of the type mismatch in your application. Maybe you have bugs or something. So this is what static type checks in Ruby does. Actually, using those RBS information and some kind of the additional type information in the comment, so the static type checker like Solvent or Steep can check your application more extensively and find more bugs and more advice to improve. Okay, the Ruby type check basic is fundamentally we don't pursue completeness nor soundness of the type systems because of the the Ruby is Ruby. Ruby is basically dynamically typed, so that there is very less static information of types. But that means that we have some kind of some kind of the gradual types, so that we cannot do any sound type checks. So that we just give up. So that if you find more errors than today, I think it's okay. So that we are not going to add the type declaration in the syntax. Then we provide the RBS file, the separated file, or maybe in the YAD comment, but not in the language syntax. Maybe you complain about the information separation. Maybe you fix the code, you have to update the type information so that so you have to maintain 2 files instead of 1. But I think the future editors or IDEs will help you to update the type information in the separated file organically, so that you don't have to worry about the file separation in the future. Then we are making these tickers even more smarter in the future. In addition, in Ruby 3, we are making Ruby even better by adding some new syntaxes. For example, pattern matching, the RS assignment, or numbered block parameters. Pattern matching is added into 7 like this, so that you don't have to deconstruct the arrays and the hashes. Instead of you can write the patterns like okay, you have the record named Alice, which has the children named Bob, and then retrieve the age of Bob's age, then print it, or otherwise print we don't have Alice, no Alice. Yeah, the pattern matching comes very usable in functional programming way, so that it's quite handy or convenient. Okay, our assignment is the right hand side assignment. So we chain methods in Ruby a lot. In this example, we have the sequence of the 1 through 100, then map, sort, reverse, and then take first 5. So this kind of sequence is now very rare in the Ruby programming. But in writing this sequence, our mind goes through the left to right, top to bottom. That goes like this. But if I need to assign the result in a variable, we have to move on to the top then write down the name of the variable and the equal sign. And it's kind of the unnatural way of the moving of the eyeballs and the cursors on the editors. So instead, if we can write the right-hand assignment, that we have the sequence, we mapped, sort, reverse, take 5, then assign to the variable. Okay, that's natural. So that in the long after the long sequence, these are assignments pretty handy. And we don't recommend it everywhere, so that you don't have to replace every assignment in right hand side assignment, but in some cases this is very convenient. Okay, number block parameter is like this, so that you don't have to worry about the naming the temporary local block parameters. Yeah, kind. Well, and beyond. So we are going to release the Ruby 3.0 this December, and then we have to. What about the life after Ruby 3.0? I don't think we are going to make any big syntax change after Ruby 3.0 because stability matters. So we are not going to make any big incompatible changes. But we are thinking about the working on and improving supporting tools after Ruby 3.0. We have SolarGraph for the language server protocol. We have Solbed for static type checking, or we have Steeps as well. We have Rubacop for the code linter, and then those tools are proved. The better tools enable better user experience. So that we have to keep moving. I think we need more tools, and we need to improve those tools. So that we should have better type checkers. Maybe we are going to have the Ruby formatters, or that we have to improve the language server protocol tools, or maybe performance tuning tools, or debugging tools. Those tools. We have those tools already, but we have to improve those things. In addition, we are making Ruby even faster by adding, for example, by adding BetaJet. So for example, the Java Virtual Machine in Chrome and Firefox has multi-layer JIT. So they have the virtual machine, which is the basic, fundamentally an interpreter. They have the lightweight JIT compiler, which does not do any optimization. Then they have the heavier garbage, the JIT compiler, which does the more wider optimization. So that for most of the cases, lightweight JIT is good enough. The compiler is very, very fast and efficient. But for methods, which is very called very, very frequently, there is the room for the more heavier, more difficult optimization. So they have multi-layer JIT. So our MJIT is kind of the heavyweight JIT. So that maybe we can add the lightweight JIT between the MJIT and the virtual machine. We have the several candidates. So the Mil is one of them. Mil is written by the Vladimir Makarov, who has originally written the MJIT, and or maybe the Dean Nassim, which is the LuaJet backend. So that we are going to improve the many things, especially the supporting tools and the performance that we will work on the life after Ruby 1.0. One more idea. This is just a crazy idea, but I'm thinking about the smaller subset of Ruby, which is simpler and then more strict, and then hopefully faster or easier to optimize, which is downward compatible, which is the subset of Ruby can run in the existing current Ruby, but not all programs run in smaller Ruby. So that any smaller Ruby program can run on traditional Ruby it is now, but not in reverse. And then smaller Ruby can run faster, hopefully. And it's just an idea. I don't know yet. So that we have to keep compatibility so that we existing Ruby program should run. But if we stay in this kind of the subset of Ruby, for example, you cannot modify the string object, or maybe you cannot override the integer operator or something like that. That this kind of inflexible, but much easier to optimize. So it's just an idea, but I have those crazy ideas, and then we try and we experiment those things one by one to make Ruby great. Anyway, we will keep moving forward but with keeping compatibility and making you excited even in the future, because we want to make our world better, and I want you to join our effort to make world better, because programming is fun. Programming can change the world, and the Ruby can help you become productive programmer, and with the tools like Ruby, and you can change the world better. And that's all for today. Thank you.
Wow. What a kickoff. I thank you so much, Mats, for showing that to us, showing us that glimpse of what's coming in December. Before we jump into ask Matt some questions, let me tell you folks, the community track is about to start, so don't go anywhere, or do go there. Your call. Arno is ready to receive you over there. Phil is up next on the community track with the talk, fantastic passwords and where to find them. So check it out. It's going to be a blast. We've got some echo going on. Sorry about that.
So we're now waiting for Mats to join us.
Yeah.
Hi, Mats. Hey,
Hey,
hello.
Mats.
Welcome. Finally.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to have you.
So are you missing having these virtual conferences like we do? Have you had a virtual conference before?
I had several keynotes in the online conference, but this is mostly first time in the this kind of interaction.
Well, we have some questions from you in the we had in our chat. So Ramon, can you read the first question we have?
Sure thing. So the first question is, do individual reactors also have separate GCs?
No, we have the one big GC space, but we can separate it as a object space. That means let me because the Ruby reactors can share some immutable objects, so that one process has one big garbage collection object space.
Awesome.
you.
Thanks a lot.
And multiple people asked, does RBS work with dynamically generated classes, such as the ones generated by dry types?
Basically, no. So for example, the library like Active Record generates classes runtime, but usually your application has the static class system for that application, so that you can prepare your RBS type description for your application.
Awesome. Thanks. Tiago is wondering if a method returned more than one variable with different types, which one would the checker assume? Always the first one?
Actually, in that case, that should be the union type. So that one method returns for example, integer at the first line in some condition, then the same method returns array in the other condition. The RBS should be the union of integer or array.
So the next question, so people are very curious, so am I. Can we now clear up for once and for all, please, in your slides, who is the turtle and who is the bunny?
Turtle is the timer, so that my keynote is supposed to be in 30 minutes. So how much time I consume. The turtle represents how much time I consume. The rabbit is the index of the page. So that if the rabbit is slower than turtle, so that I have to more pages to consume in the.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank you. Echoes back. So one final question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Raita.
Just wanted to quote all the amazing responses we had in the chat. Like, thanks for everything. My life would be different without your work. Thank you. So many thank yous. We got so many thank yous, Mats, for you in the chat. You have changed you have changed many lives.
Yeah, actually, the community changed my life too.
Oh, thank you. So I think we are at the end of our Q&A session. Thank you again very much for joining us.
Yep.
And
thank you for having me.
oh, thank you, amazing. So,
well, folks, we're going to take a short break now. We'll see you back in 5 minutes for Penelope's talk. Don't go anywhere.
Bye.
Welcome back.
Hey, and we're back. So, before our next talk, we have some fun interactive game for you all. So, as developers, we all have opinions. And our sponsor, AppSignal, has created these really fun interactive cards called Developer Dilemmas. So you will see a link of one of the Developer Dilemma cards right in the chat. And basically, you can pick your favorite. What kind of developer are you? Are you a move fast, break things person? Or are you strive for zero errors kind of person developer? So jump in, cast your vote, but wait, don't go anywhere just yet. Like, don't touch that dial, because we still have Penelope's talk coming up. And I'm sure Ramon can tell a bit more about her. Please, Ramon.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. So Penelope is a director at rubycentral.org, which, amongst other things, brings us RubyConf and RailsConf. She's led the development of RSpec in the past, as well as one of the major testing tools for Ruby. And she's been writing Ruby for just about a decade, around the time of 1.8.6. And she's going to tell us all about Ruby Formatter. So please, Penelope, take it away. The stage is yours.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I see you have my slides. Cool. All right, let's go. Hi, everyone. This is Building Ruby Format. Let's get started. So to build on that introduction slightly, my name is Penelope Phippen. I go by Penelope Zone almost everywhere on the internet. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a trans woman. As mentioned, I'm a director at Ruby Central. Ruby Central is the 501c3 not-for-profit in the United States that organizes RubyConf and RailsConf. And so every year we put on the two sort of like largest, biggest like conferences in our community. And we have RubyConf coming up in just a little while. The CFP for RubyConf is currently open, and like every conference this year, it's going to be entirely virtual. And so if you have not yet submitted a talk to RubyConf, I would highly encourage you to do so. This is a great way to get started, and especially because it's a large event that this year you don't have to travel for, I would really encourage you to submit. Along with my role at Ruby Central, I will also be program chairing RailsConf next year, and it's not quite clear to us whether RailsConf in April will be virtual or in person yet, but I'd also encourage you to watch out and submit to that when the CFP opens. The other thing I wanted to say before I got too far into this is this slide deck that I have been building crashed Keynote this morning when I was working on it, like an update occurred or something. So we're all gonna pray that like computers work this morning, and hopefully everything will be fine. And with that sort of like preamble out of the way, let's get into it and talk about like what Ruby format actually is. And like the easiest answer to that question is like Ruby format is a Ruby auto formatter. And like I could finish the talk here and like that would answer the question, but it's not like super useful. So instead, let's go like straight to a demonstration. So like what you see here is me just like typing some Ruby, and the thing that you will probably most note about this Ruby code is it looks nothing like the Ruby code you would write on a daily basis. It's really bad. I save the file though, and the code just snaps into place. And this is Ruby format working in the background. Ruby format is designed to just sit there in your editor, watch for your changes, and every time you save your file, overwrite it with a formatted version. In other words, Ruby format is a program that is designed to consume Ruby source code, transform it, and output semantically equivalent Ruby source code just with very much cleaned up formatting. And that's like sort of the core idea. Ruby format is a program that transforms Ruby programs into equivalent ones that just have cleaner formatting. But like beyond that, Ruby format is also designed to be a program that lives in your editor. Like one of my sort of like core philosophies is formatting should happen as you're editing, not like, you know, in CI, like you shouldn't have to have this whole back and forth. You should be able to get it in almost real time. And so like to that end, like from the very beginning, Ruby format was designed to be a program that lives in your text editor. Today, we have like strong support for Vim, Emacs, and Atom. Sublime support is like kind of questionable, and like I'm not really sure what's going on with VS Code. If you are a VS Code or Sublime user, please, 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 please come to the Ruby format issue tracker and like test it out and let us know whether or not it works for you. I would really love to like finally release this thing with full support for all of the text editors. The other thing that's like sort of very important about Ruby format is that it's fast. It's really, really fast. And like, this is just a necessary feature if you live in somebody's text editor. You don't want to be in a place where you like save the file and then have to wait an appreciable amount of time before you can resume editing. And so like, to that end, the sort of like performance numbers as they stand today is that if you run Ruby format over a 2,500 line file, it's gonna take 60 milliseconds. It's going to like finish faster than you can notice that like anything has been happening. And this is really powerful because it enables that kind of like format on save workflow I demonstrated earlier. But the thing that's really interesting about designing in this like performance as a feature is that it means that like on sort of like larger applications, like you can run Ruby format on your entire project in like very little time. At its sort of peak, Ruby format can do about 30,000 lines of Ruby code per second. And if you think about what that means, inserting Ruby format onto even like very, very large Ruby applications as a CI pass is going to barely take any time whatsoever. And like, this means that it's going to enable you both to use it in your editor and enable you to use it in CI. And I think that's like a really cool and powerful benefit. Ruby format also has no style related configuration. Unlike Rubicop, there's no rubicop.yaml, there's no flags to change how formatting works. Like Ruby format has one style, that is the style, and like there's nothing you can really do to change it besides like actually changing the code of Ruby format itself. And this is really powerful, and I'll talk about why I made this decision in a little bit, but like it ends up making the program incredibly simple as a side effect. Ruby format is also designed to work like a Unix tool. And what that means is it can like consume on standard in and output to standard out. It has flags for changing modes of operation. But the idea here is that like by designing Ruby format as a Unix tool, it can interop with a whole bunch of other tools because fundamentally text and pipes are like a universal interface, right? And so like if you just say Ruby format file name, it's going to output to standard out and let you chain that with other stuff. We have flags for in place. It works with directories and so on and so on, right? It's like designed very much from the beginning to be one of those like simple, do one thing well Unix tools that we've heard about. And like one of the side effects of this Unix tool like design is that Ruby format is not a gem. Ruby format is not a gem. Ruby format will never be a gem. And like, this has actually been a point of some controversy. It turns out that Ruby developers really want to be able to access their tools via Ruby gems. But if you think about what Ruby format is, kind of this command line program that like can't actually even be loaded into a Ruby project, like it's not a Ruby library you can just load in, it doesn't really make any sense to distribute Ruby format as a Ruby gem. And so like, it's never the case that I want you to gem install Ruby format, but there will be alternate distribution channels available. And today we use GitHub releases. And so you may be thinking to yourself, like, cool, Penelope, that's great. I really want to use this. Like a Ruby auto formatter is exactly the tool my team has been looking for. Can I have it, please? And like, unfortunately, like the answer is no. Like it's not really ready for usage yet, but it's like less strong of a no than it was the last time I gave this talk in the spring at Brighton Ruby. Like Ruby format is kind of in a state today where if you don't mind some sharp edges, you could download and play with it, but it probably will still do some interesting things. So like prima facie, it won't break your code. anymore. Like, there were versions of Ruby format that I released where you could run it on your project and it would transform your code and produce either invalid Ruby files or Ruby files that did something different to the Ruby file that came in. And obviously, that's really not what you want from a tool like this. And so like we fixed that. And the way we did that is just by like testing the hell out of it. So today, Ruby format runs CI not only on like examples of like small units of Ruby code, but also like entire open source repositories, like all of RSpec and some of the Thoughtbot Rails applications to really begin to push the boundaries of like the testing. And so what this means is we have a high degree of confidence that if you run Ruby format on a Ruby program, it won't break that Ruby program. It will either fail to format it or produce a new Ruby program which is semantically equivalent. And like, this is exactly what we want from Ruby format. So like, we have at least solved the testing problem. But like the problem now is that some of the output has really sharp edges. And in particular, like today, Ruby format kind of deletes your comments a bunch of the time. And like people really like their comments. Comments are very important to folks. And so, you know, if you're okay with testing a program that will format your Ruby nicely, but might delete all your comments, that's fine. I would not recommend it for day-to-day production use yet. So you might be asking yourself, like, Penelope, why are you doing this? Like, this seems like a really hard problem. Why on earth would you decide to build a Ruby auto formatter? And to answer that, I kind of want to talk about this idea I vaguely mentioned on the Greater Than Code podcast, which is this idea of like a hierarchy of nitpicking. And so for those of you that have been around for a while, you may remember like building Ruby before we had Rubocop, like you would fire up a pull request and people would be like, I think we should use like the new hash syntax versus the old hash syntax, or like, I think like you should do it this way instead of that way, or like, you know, this seems error prone. What about like those kinds of sort of like very small nitpicky conversations in pull request review where it didn't matter, but somebody was trying to make an argument from consistency. And this is like a pretty valid thing to do, right? We want our code to look consistent so that somebody new to a file can begin to understand it because like similar structures look the same, right? And then Rubocop came in, right? And with Rubocop, you have sort of the ability to begin to enforce some of those nitpicks by automating it. But like Rubocop has this problem that like almost nobody likes the Rubocop defaults. And so like every single Ruby application I've ever worked on has a customized Rubocop configuration. Well, it turns out that like customizing your Rubocop configuration is just taking those nitpicks and moving them to a different place. You've moved them from a place where like one person will like always put them in a pull request to a place where like now the team has sort of like agreed on them and now they're being done in an automated fashion. Except that like it turns out this doesn't really solve the nitpicking problem either, because it turns out that like what pull request review actually exposes really strongly is sort of like an idea of power dynamics around things like being underrepresented, gender minorities, race minorities, disabilities, like being non-neurotypical, and so on, right? And like it is very clear from data, if you look at open source data, if you look at some companies' internal data, like men tend to get their pull requests approved more quickly than women, get fewer comments, get fewer nitpicks, that like all of that stuff, right? And like with a rubocop.yaml, what we actually see is people trying to make changes to a Rubocop configuration will have an easier time if they have more power. And so like there's this really interesting like aspect of code review that inherently exposes the social power dynamics in software engineering. And so like building Ruby format, there is no configuration. There's no place for you and your company to have that argument, right? You have to come to like the Ruby format repo and argue in the open why it's better for like the entire language to look this way. It sort of like entirely eliminates the problem of having this discussion, and by doing so, removes an opportunity for subtle power dynamics to play themselves out. And like this was not actually like the original intention of the construction of Ruby format. But it came to me when I had a conversation with someone who was a relatively junior engineer who was a woman. And what she said to me really resonated with me. She said, I'm really excited for Ruby format because I work with this guy who's an asshole senior, and he like will never listen to me when I make suggestions that for changes to our Rubocop configuration that could improve it. And I'm excited for Ruby format because it means like I don't have to make those arguments when I disagree with some configuration, because instead like that person has to go argue with you, Penelope, right? And like now, of course, you could just argue, and it's totally reasonable to argue that we are now moving this power dynamics problem onto Penelope. And the sort of like broad answer to that is one of like Ruby format is kind of community sourced, and I am just leading it, right? Like ultimately the decisions are mine at the end of the day, but like I am well placed, I think, to adopt these changes in a way that like many individual teams are not. And so that's sort of like the hierarchy of nitpicking argument in a nutshell. I'd also like to talk just a little bit about like the existing solution space, right? Nobody has ever actually tried to build a Ruby auto formatter. That are like the closest existing solution, right, isn't actually great at the formatting task. Like it's Rubocop, right? Like we've talked about it a bunch already. And Rubocop is great at many things. Rubocop is a really useful Ruby linting tool, but like formatting just isn't a core competency of Rubocop. And like that's fine. Tools don't have to be great at everything. But like Rubocop introduces this fixed flag as like a separate part of its architecture to the like detecting problems piece. And because like Rubocop was never built from the ground up to accomplish this task, it's just like naturally not as good at it as a tool homegrown and specially designed to solve this problem. In fact, like when Justin Searles and I were working on Standard, which is like Justin's layer on top of Rubocop that also attempts to solve this configuration problem, we actually found that sort of like the biggest source of Rubocop bugs were hyphen fix, and that like in particular, Rubocop can get into these cycles where it's trying to fix something and then it detects a new problem and it tries to fix that and it puts the old problem back in place. And it does this forever until it crashes. This is actually a behavior I've seen in Rubocop recently in my day-to-day work at Stripe. And so like, right, Rubocop was just never designed to solve this problem. We need a whole new class of tool to do it. And like, as I've mentioned, right, Rubocop enables the worst kind of bike shed. Like, Rubocop has literally hundreds of configuration flags. And unless you've gone through all of them and made a conscious decision, you're opting into the defaults. And like, the defaults may actually not be appropriate for your team and your context, right? And deciding which ones you want can be a long and arduous process. And so like, my sort of like core goal with the Ruby format project is to eliminate all of this work we're doing, configuring Rubocop for formatting, and instead moving all of that into Ruby format. As you might have guessed, I believe that tiny focused tools are good. Ruby format only does one thing. It formats Ruby files. Ruby format can't lint your Ruby files. It can't tell you if some structure is likely problematic or incorrect. Ruby format doesn't know how to do that. What it does know how to do is format files really, really quickly. And as I've mentioned, Ruby format has no style-related configuration. And what that means is we have to get style right, basically like the first time, because I don't want you to have to do like one huge formatting commit and then like 2 or 3 years down the line, do another huge formatting commit. And so the way I'm sort of thinking about this is like, I really kind of want Ruby format to only ever have one major version, and that would be 1.0. And we would define a major version as something where you run the formatter and it formats everything, and then like that's it. It will never reformat the same piece of code until you change it, because we want like style to remain consistent throughout Ruby format. And so to do that, like we're being very, very careful about the formatting decisions we make. And I am very much taking my time and thinking through things. And also like I have like made decisions being like, this is what we will do, and then reversed those decisions because I've realized they were actually the wrong decision after I've learned more about Ruby's syntax. And like the perfect example of this is trailing commas. So like intuitively, I think a lot of us like trailing commas because they minimize git churn on structures where there are new lines separated by commas, right? But as I was building Ruby format, I found myself adding more and more complexity in order to be able to correctly deal with trailing commas, because it turns out trailing commas are not valid in a number of places in Ruby's syntax. They're not valid in params lists with optional arguments, and they're not valid in the equivalent positions in arg lists and a few other special cases, right? And so I was looking at this and I was like, well, I'm dealing with all of this complexity to make it work for the few cases I want. What happens if I remove like trailing commas everywhere? Just enforce there will be no trailing commas. And the code of Ruby format got a lot simpler by doing this. And what this said to me is that probably having trailing commas is bad. And so I changed my opinion, right? And this is all to say, if you disagree with something Ruby format is doing, please come to GitHub and file an issue and we will talk about it. I would rather get this right than hold on to what I think my opinions are. The goal is to have a minimal, consistent subset of the Ruby language. And to do that, basically what we're doing is we're taking all of the possible Ruby and we're squishing it down to a subset of the grammar. Like the output of Ruby format is much less than the sum total of all Ruby that is possible. Ruby format actually outputs a minimal subset of Ruby, and I think that's a really powerful idea to build this consistency. So that's kind of like the what and the philosophy. Now I'd like to get actually sort of like down into the nitty-gritty and talk about the implementation details. So like originally, Ruby format was written entirely end-to-end in Ruby. It would consume a Ruby file, build a data structure called a parse tree using a Ruby library called Ripper, which basically consumes Ruby source and produces this data structure, some code to walk the data structure and produce what's called a rendering queue, which is basically just like a list of tokens to be output to a file, and then it would walk the rendering queue to output those into the file. The Ruby standard library includes a Ruby parser called Ripper, and what this means basically is that like we can run Ripper over Ruby files and get syntax trees, and the syntax trees look like this. They are basically arrays where the first item in the array is a tag representing the thing that has just been parsed. And then the array contains more nodes, indicating things like the name or the value or the position. And to perhaps make this more concrete, if you open up IRB and call ripper.sexp over a string of Ruby code, it will actually produce an array which is the parse tree that represents that program, right? And so you can see here, like I have a tag like :@ident, which is a symbol that is @ident with say, and that maps to the identifier say in the program that is the name of the function being called. You can also see we have there arg_paren. That's because parentheses are optional in Ruby, and so like the parse tree tells us there were parens there. Then args add block, which tells us we have an args list, and then @int, and then the string 1, which tells us there was an argument 1, right? And so like you can see here, we have a data structure that represents the program that we can then walk to actually do formatting. And that was basically how Ruby format worked. And we actually got this working to the point where we could get every single test in the RSpec repo passing after all of RSpec had been formatted with Ruby format, which was like a huge win. And on this 186 line file, this was like plenty fast enough, but on like a 2000 line file, this was too slow. It took 188 milliseconds. And 188 milliseconds is too slow to be able to do Ruby auto formatting. But this begs the question, like, how fast is fast enough? Like, how fast does Ruby format have to be in order for it to be a reasonably designed auto formatter? And to answer that question, we need to understand just like a little bit about the performance of modern computers. So if you have a non-high refresh rate display, it will refresh 60 times a second, and 60 times a second is equivalent to 16 milliseconds. The other performance number that's kind of important here is 100 milliseconds. 100 milliseconds is about the fastest any human can react to like a change on the screen. And so like with these two numbers in mind, we can begin to look at various ways of building Ruby format and their relative performance. So like to establish a baseline, if you run bundle exec rubocop over a 4-line file, basically like an empty file, how long does it take? And the answer turns out to be about 800 milliseconds. And of that, about 425 milliseconds is bundler booting. And so like, we can't use bundler. We can't be a Ruby gem, because if we were, we would impose a static 400 millisecond cost every time we wanted to run. And that is just too slow to be acceptable to run on save. And we also can't inherit from Rubocop. Like the very first design I had of Ruby format was, well, what if we just loaded Rubocop and like did stuff with that? But like Rubocop is also too slow. So let's go to the very other end of the spectrum. What if we just run Ruby on an empty program? Is like Ruby itself fast enough? And it turns out evaluating an empty program with the Ruby interpreter alone takes 75 milliseconds. But there's one thing that's happening here that like we can kind of eliminate. So if you just run Ruby on the command line, it's actually going to load Ruby gems. Ruby gems is a library. It's not just like the idea of gems and installing them. It is also a library that Ruby will load in order to like be able to load Ruby gems. And it turns out you can just turn that off. And so like I have this Ruby -- disable equal gems -e empty string, and that only takes 25 milliseconds. And so this is fast enough. Running Ruby without Ruby gems in a 25 millisecond boot gives us 75 milliseconds remaining to actually run a Ruby auto formatter. And so after we like did all of this engineering work, we ran Ruby format on an empty file, and it was basically taking the same amount of time as booting Ruby. That is like Ruby format had no additional overhead over booting Ruby, which was indicative that it would be fast enough to be able to run in this format on save workflow. So we still have this 188 milliseconds runtime. What do we do? Well, I've kind of like already sort of talked around this, so let's talk about it directly. Like, if you want to write a fast and correct program today, Rust really is the best language that you have available to you to do that. And so I was like, what if I just wrote a Ruby auto formatter in Rust? Surely that will be fun and easy, right? The answer is no. Parse.y, which is Ruby's parser, the thing that the Ripper library I mentioned earlier is built on top of, is actually not separable from the Ruby interpreter. You need to have most of a booted Ruby interpreter available to you in order to be able to run the Ruby parser, in order to be able to parse it to Rust. So like what we actually end up with is like Ruby and Rust executing together in this like beautiful marriage of like two of my favorite programming languages in the world. And so like the intermediate state, the state that Ruby format was in for like a little bit of time, is we ran a Ruby process. That Ruby process read the source file, ran Ripper over it, and then turned it into JSON. This, by the way, is the JSON logo. It's this weird circly gray thing. And so what we had is this big JSON blob. And then we sent the JSON blob into a Rust program because I was like, how do you send things between languages? Use JSON, right? It totally works. So it was a really bad idea, but it was enough to get going. And then we just turned the JSON back into the exact same data structure as we had on the Ruby side. And then we do like all of the computation in Rust, and it's like way faster. This structure with JSON was actually fast enough for us to be able to like run in less than 100 milliseconds on every file. But like JSON's not ideal. Like it would be great if we didn't have to do that. And so we don't. Today, what we actually do is instead of parsing JSON between Ruby and Rust, we pass a pointer to the Ruby objects. It turns out that the Ruby interpreter is written in C. And so it's very easy to integrate Ruby programs into C programs. And it also turns out it's very easy to integrate C programs into Rust programs. And so basically, like, we are giving Rust a value which represents a Ruby object. And then Rust itself knows how to navigate the Ruby objects by calling into the Ruby interpreter, which is wild. But it totally works. I also didn't do this alone. Sean Griffin, who is speaking later today, actually did most of the heavy lifting here. and it was really great of them to contribute that. I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own. Also, for those of you who don't know, this is Sean's daughter. They named their daughter Ruby. And so I think it is safe for us to say that Sean loves Ruby more than all of us. So like, there is not just a performance reason to use Rust. Writing Rust code actually also has a ton of benefits beyond that. A big one is types. So instead of expressing everything as like just dynamic types, we can express everything with static types. And what this means is we're able to determine a lot more about how to work with the parse tree at compile time, prevents us from making mistakes. It's very good. Rust is very fast. This is actually how we achieved the 60 millisecond performance number. It wouldn't have been possible if we didn't use the Rust language. So why aren't you done, Penelope? Like, you built this thing, you converted it to Rust, like, surely you must be close to being finished, right? It turns out the syntax of the Ruby language is extremely fucking weird. This is how we write multi-line strings. We use here dogs. Like, why on earth is this a feature of the Ruby language? I don't know, but it turns out you can embed here docs inside other here docs. Like, this is a completely legal Ruby program that starts one here doc and then starts another here doc, and like this assembles to a string. You can define classes inside rescue clauses in begin, rescue, and like these are legal Ruby programs that work and do something reasonable. And that means I have to be able to format them. And these are real stress tests from Ruby Format's unit test case. Ripper is weird. Like, if you have an array like 1, 2, 3, it looks very normal and it parses like this. But if you say like A equals 1 comma star B, which is like how you splat one array into another, like the parse structure completely changes. In Ruby, word arrays parse as arrays, and like this ends up looking like this. And like in Ruby, we just use dynamic types. Like, we index into stuff, we see what's there, it works just fine. In Rust, we have to write all of this code just to be able to tell Rust like what all the different possibilities of an array are. It's like a lot more work to be able to convince Rust what the data structure I'm giving it actually is. And so it turns out getting this data structure right is extremely hard because there is no formal specification of the Ruby language. Serialization requires a bunch of extra code, but I don't have a bunch of time to go into that. So let's just quickly summarize. Ruby Format is the most incredibly technically complex piece of software I've ever worked on. The code is like so vast, like understanding the grammar of Ruby alone is one of the most complicated technical underpinnings someone could take. It is really hard. I think I accidentally became a global expert on the syntax of Ruby by doing this, but it's been a lot of fun. I have been really sweating the details and trying very hard to get this right. I think Ruby deserves to have a really, truly amazing auto formatter, and we don't have one today, and I think I can be the one to do it. I'm so excited to share this with you. I wanted to say like a genuine thanks to the Rubacop and Sorbet teams. They have proven there is an appetite for great developer tooling in the Ruby language, and I should also say I work for Stripe. Stripe is the company that made Sorbet. They are not paying me to say nice things about Sorbet. I just think Sorbet is actually pretty great. And like without it, we wouldn't have been able to build all of this great tooling. If you want to get the code, it's github.com/PenelopeZone/Ruby format. That's all I got. These are my contact details. I will leave them up for a couple seconds, and I will be happy to take some questions.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Penelope. Before we get to the Q&A, let's give you a short chance to have a drink, relax a little, and I will share with the folks what's going on in the developer dilemmas. So let's have a look. The final tally is 44% of you voted for move fast and break things. 56% of you voted for strive for 0 errors. Would you look at that? So folks, let's jump into some questions. Type them into the YouTube chat, please. We'll be bringing them to Penelope as we go.
Penelope, thank you very much for your talk. We have a few questions. So one of them is, can I use Ruby format in RubyMine together with IDFM?
That is a great question. I don't know. I suspect the answer is with RubyMine, someone would have to write a plugin for it, or I believe it has like a formatter selector. And so someone would have to reach out to the folks that make RubyMine and be like, please add Ruby format. So you should do that. But yeah, the answer is I don't know if they have it integrated today. I certainly have not integrated it yet today. And so I would assume the answer is no. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Andy's wondering, great work, Penelope. I was wondering whether Ruby format enforces a maximum line length and how it handles overflow.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I have gone, so the answer is I haven't decided yet. There are sort of currently two modes we're exploring. One is to enforce a line length limit and then like break constructs from being like single line onto multi-line. So for example, Ruby format actually knows today how to take a hash or an array and take it from a single line version with multiple keys or multiple entries to a multi-line version. And it will actually, you can just do that like that. It also knows how to break method chains, and by default, it will do that by leaving the dot at the end of the line and then just show, I think at the end or beginning, I forget. It's also not important. And so we kind of have this line length limit enforcement today that's not like fully fleshed out, but that's one idea. And then the other idea I have that I'm sort of very much encouraged by is respecting the user's choice. So we would let you go as wide as you want, but the very second you break a construct onto multiple lines, we would then apply the multi-line version of whatever construct you're doing. And so in that case, if you have a method chain and it's like, say, 300 characters long and you still haven't broken it, we would let you keep that. But the very second you move something down onto the next line, we would actually verticalize the whole thing for you. And so like, this is really compelling to me because it lets Ruby developers choose where the length limit is. And I'm like not actually convinced that we need to have a hard length limit. Because this is such a varied opinion, how wide people's screens are, there are accessibility concerns. Like, I really think, I really think that like leaving it somewhat to people's choice is actually a really interesting idea, but then having support so that you can sort of tell the formatter what you want is this very compelling idea to me. And so I also think, right, perhaps more generally than this specific thing, like the formatter is going to have to adapt to people work as much as people are going to have to adapt to how the formatter works. What I actually saw when I started working in Go is that like I changed how I was editing code to tell the formatter what I wanted it to do. And my suspicion is that as the formatter improves, people will learn to work with it more than like against it, right? And so the answer is I am not convinced that we should have a hard line length limit, even though there is one today.
I think we still have time for another question. So this one, so Penelope, I was wondering, if it's such a complex project, would you be able to keep it updated with recent Ruby versions and upcoming changes in syntax?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. So if you are following me on Twitter, you will see that as Mats was announcing new syntaxes in Ruby 3, I was tweeting like screams in formatter maintainer. Support is not automatic. Support requires like manual coding up of support for new constructs. So actually, like today, Ruby format does not support the 2.7 case matching, pattern matching syntax, just because like this is an open source project that I am not paid to work on, and I have not yet had time to work on it, right? And that will also be true with any new syntaxes in the final version of Ruby 3. We today, just for pragmatic reasons, support Ruby's, I think it's 2.6 and 2.7. Because like supporting older Rubies is not something that's sort of like feasible at the moment. And like that is generally the sort of idea, is to only maintain current-ish Rubies. And like right now we're catching up, right? So like, for example, the Go language was designed from the ground up to support auto formatting, and it still took them more than a year to build the Go formatter. Ruby was in no sense designed to support auto formatting, and like the fact that it even flies at all is like kind of a miracle. I said this in the talk, and I will perhaps reinforce this. I had to learn more about the grammar of the Ruby language than I think perhaps nearly anybody else on the planet, maybe even Mats, actually has at this point in time, because like so many different people have worked on it, right? That and saying that, right, like we're still not there. Like I'm not done yet. And so the idea is that like by the time we're getting close to a 1.0, we will support all of that syntax. We'll also support all of Ruby 3. And that will happen. There's also this question about like what happens if the Ruby language ever makes a breaking change to Ruby syntax. And Matt's very philosophically is like, we don't want to make breaking changes. We love compatibility. It's super important. If it becomes impossible for us to support new and old versions of Ruby, that would be perhaps the only reason Ruby format would ever have like a 2.0, is to break compatibility with a version of Ruby we can no longer maintain if we want to support a new Ruby, right? And at that point, we would also allow breaking syntax changes. But the way I sort of look at this is, as long as it is possible to represent both, say, Ruby 2.6 and Ruby 4 grammars simultaneously, Ruby format will never need to have a major version or a breaking change.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Penelope. This has been absolutely incredible and thank you for sharing your journey. It's much appreciated.
Of course.
So folks, now we're out of time for this segment. We're gonna go into a tiny break, and we'll be back at you in about 3 minutes with Tatiana's talk. See you then.
Thanks.
We're back.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get started with our next talk, I've got another developer dilemma for you. The link is about to go into the YouTube chat. And the question is, should developers do design or should designers do development? Feel free to jump in and cast your votes. Raita, why don't you tell us about what we've got next in store?
Well, our next speaker is Tatiana. Welcome, Tatiana. Let's see if we can get Tatiana in our studio. Hey, Tatiana,
Hello.
welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, hello. So Tatiana is a backend engineer at GitLab, where she works on security analysis. And in her spare time, she likes drawing or painting with any materials available. And in this talk, Tatiana will explore what we can create using Ruby and OpenGL. And we'll learn about the basics of OpenGL and eventually how we can build our own game engine. So Tatiana, the mic is yours.
Thanks. So let me just yeah. So today I wanted to talk about graphic programming, and yeah, I'm like in my day time job. I'm working on a security analyzing feature, so it's like literally something different field. And usually we are like tend to think about Ruby as a backend language for security, server client applications, but it can do much more. And as I like to draw and paint with like any material I get, so I was really interested how I can do it using Ruby. And I would like to share my findings with you today. So I'll share my screen and so I can, I can show you what I got. So let's just start. Let's just skip to the scripts that I got. So and like disclaimer, I'll be talking about super low level stuff today, and it's not like a production way to draw like production level animations or these modern video games that created right now, because it's operate on a level of vertices and like create like basically you need to create point one by one to create your scene, but actually it's super fun to understand how it works under the hood, and let's just find out. So what the code that I'm sharing right now, this is a script to create a scene on Ruby, and let me just start it. Yeah, like first picture for today, it works. Yeah, so we have our application, and it's just like black screen, but we can, for example, resize it, yeah, and we can close it. So how it actually works? We need two things to it. The first one is we need Ruby-OpenGL gem, which is a binding for OpenGL API. And the second one is GLFWE library, which is like super simple controller, like handler for Windows and callbacks from the keyboard, mouses, and so on. So what exactly is OpenGL API? OpenGL API, it's the way how we can communicate with graphic programming units. So it's basically get arrays of vertices of our points in our scene. It shaded assemble surfaces, triangles, or lines from these points. Then it rasterize it, apply some shaders, and then render it onto your screens. So we are right now talking about fourth level of OpenGL standard because it was changed over time, and I assume in the future it will be replaced with Vulkan API, because Vulkan API is like most modern one, and it uses more of the modern GPUs functions that we have right now. So like all of this is needed to render stuff on the screens, on your machines. And you can see that like if we're operating off the arrays of vertices, it's very low level. And OpenGL doesn't provide any functions to create any complex figures. And for now, maybe you understand that it's really hard to create something like spheres or circles or curves with this tool, because you like need to have the coordinates of all the points, and it took a lot of calculation powers. But as we're talking about OpenGL, like plain OpenGL, it could be possible to create quickly some really nice program, a nice scene. So let's just take a look on how such graphic programming program looks like. So first of all, we have to create our window that I showed you before, and let me just make it a bit bigger. So when we create this GLFV window, we are setting a callback from the keyboard to this window. So we'll be listening on the all the events happening to the keyboard, mouses, gamepads. But like in our case, we just actually interested to know when escape key will be pressed, and when it's pressed, we can close the window. So like when we are set up we set up our window, and then we can start actually entering our main loop of our application when everything will be drawn. So this loop will be entering on every change of the frame, and OpenGL operates in two buffers. So in the first one, like in the virtual buffer, we actually drawing our scenes that we have here, and when it's done, it will swap to another buffer, which will be shown on the screen, and it will be changing all the time. So we when we entering the loop, when we are entering our scene, we firstly we want to address the changes of the size of the window, and so we can change the frame buffer which is held inside of the window where we will be rendering our scene. So then we are setting up the viewport, like the projection, like a kind of like a viewport, like the point on which we'll be watching the scene. And then we are clearing everything what was drawn on the previous step, and we can draw something here. So there is nothing right there, and I would like to start with drawing some basic graphic axis coordinates. So to this we need to draw something. We need to start with GL begin function, which apply an argument as something like the constant that will show what we actually want to draw, and we want to draw lines. This one. And to signal that we this will be end of drawing lines, we have to write this GL end function. And to draw the line, we need line drawn with 2 points. And to get a point, we have a function GL vertex 3, and so the x will be the first one, for example, -1, 0, 0, and the second one will be +1. Let's see what we have. So yeah, we just have one not very exciting line. And let me just copy some the code that I have prepared, so it will be much quicker. Yeah, and I'll explain it right now. So this one, it will be x coordinate, y-axis, and z-axis. And I'm using, I want to color them in different colors. So I'll use in this color library, which is like I've wrote by myself. And this is basically just a library of preset colors. And all of them, they're using this GL color function. And it will be having an argument as a RGB channel coordinates. So we can apply this color to vertices that we want. We can color them. And let's see what we have. Yeah, so we can see actually the third one because our viewport, like we are, like it's hidden right now. And it will be nice to actually see it. So we can rotate our scene to it. So we can actually have, so there is a function for it called rotate, and F, it's been like it accepts coordinates and float. So this function apply rotation transformation to every vertex that we have later. The first argument is angle, and I would like to use this GLFV get time function, which is like get time, and it'll be just changing over time, and we'll get this our rotation automatically. Let's see how it works. So yeah, so our viewport is rotating, and we can see the whole scene from different angles. So yeah, it's not very super exciting. We can continue, and right now on this step, let's draw some figures. And as I said, it's not very easy way to do it, because we can actually allow to draw not like with OpenGL. We can we are allowed to draw like very limited amount of shapes. And so let's see what params GLBegin accept. So we can see that it accepts. So like basically we are watching this constants. So we can draw points, lines, like different in different variations, triangles and quads, which is like squares, and it's basically very like they're easy to draw because it's just like two triangles in together. And if we want to draw something three-dimensional, there is no way how to do it. We have to create our own functions. So let's just do it. I've already, I've pre-created, and I'll want to draw right now a pyramid. And so pyramid will be drawing a pyramid, which will be containing will be drawn from the triangles and from equal triangles, and it will do the math to getting the coordinates much easier for us. So basically, there is the picture of the pyramids that I want to draw with Ruby, and we need actually it's quite easy because we need only 4 points to draw this figure. And basically, we need to know the x, y, and z for all the coordinates. And it's kind of like, for me, it was a bit, in the beginning, a bit frustrating, but then I realized that if we have like equal triangle, and we have this and inner sized circles, we actually need to know these radiuses of these circles to get any coordinates of these points of the pyramid if we have if this will be a center. So these radius are googled very quickly, so the formulas are very easy, and in this case A is like a side of this triangle, and because it's an equal triangle, it will be like equal for every side of the pyramid. So let's just talk about this class, the draw pyramid. So we're accepting length of the side, the apex, like the high point So like basically, if we know the apex, so this means that we only need to figure out another 3 base points of this pyramid. And it accepts also colors that will be used for drawing, like coloring the vertices of our pyramid. And because we'll be using different colors for different, like we'll be coloring apex in different colors every time, so it will have nice shades and you'll just see it. So basically, this is the mat. Then we are drawing like we'll be drawing triangles, and in triangles we drawing all the points, and that's pretty. That's it. It's not very like a lot of code, but it's not very like easy to read because there is a lot of points here. So let's just draw this pyramid here. And I'll make it 0.5. And this is actually absolute coordinates. So we are having our viewport from our projection is from -1 to 1. So this means that we actually are not operating in pixel, we like operating in some kind of absolute relative values. And we'll have, I want to like right now that my pyramid will be just taking like half of the space of our viewport. The next one will be coordinate of the axis, and the color, and we have to pass some param. So I will use color and then arc. And let's try. So you can see it's blinking. It's blinking because on every step I'm using like a different random color, and that's why it's blinking. But yeah, we have something rendered here. And this is a point when we want to add some interaction. So we like right now we just have like very simple animation, and basically it's something, but it will be much nicer if we allow user, because it's the application, and we can allow user to control the scene. And let's just start from like maybe giving the user to control on rotation the scene. So we basically need to so I want to like when I like press for longer the key, I want to like the scene to be rotated. So we need to add a callback for some key which will be rotating the scene. Let me just copy it a few lines of code. Just skip this right now. And so what we want to do, so when we like repeat, like which means like long pressing space key, we will be incrementing some value, and which will be an our angle for rotation transformation, and we just pass it here, and we can see that yeah, it's still blinking, but yeah, I am pressing space button and it's rotating right now. And let me just change it to something not blinking. For example, sorry. I'll need to use array. For example, 0, 1. So so we are rotating the scene, and it will be interesting to just like move this pyramid on the surface. So for this one, we need another different handlers. So we'll be controlling different keys that will be operating like on the go up, like go down, near, below, left, right. So we'll be controlling a transformation on a different axis. So if we're going in one direction, we'll be incrementing this transformation. If we're going in different one, will be like decreasing it. So let's just make them 0. And we need so so we have controllers, and we need to apply transformation. The transformation in OpenGL that will be changing, like moving the objects, moving the kind of moving vertices and objects in our case. It's called translate, and I want to apply it only to the pyramid itself. So we'll be rotating like the whole scene, but translate only pyramid. So like as I said, OpenGL operates on vertex matrix, and this basically will be applied to the matrix that we have for this coordinates. Let's see how it works. So if I press, so like I'm pressing S, it should go down. Now it should go left, right, like just rotate it so you can see X, Z coordinate. Go, I don't know, near, or like Z plus, Z minus is, I don't know the name for that coordinate. So yeah, it works. And the last thing that I want to show that we want to do with the scene, we can actually add more objects to the scene, and we can actually add another controller. So when we press some other command, let's say GL, if, for example, we didn't use it, no. So we'll be increasing the amount of objects in the scene. And let me just copy the last part of the code that I wanted to show. So I won't make any mistakes. Yeah, and so like what I'm doing, so when we press the P key, we'll be, so we have an array of our objects in our in the scene, and when we press key, we will be adding more objects. So I just replace the code here. So and like if our like counter of our objects is different from the counter from the object that we have already in our array, we'll be pushing more objects from in different position. and of different color. And let's see how we see the scene. Yeah, and like when I press P, it's create more objects, and we can rotate the scene. And when I press the key that control translation, you can see that like it translates, and right now you can see that not everything is rendered. That's because my viewport is set for like these figures, they are outside of the viewport and we don't see them, and like OpenGL like remove them from the drawing. Yeah, and the last, like we have a few minutes, so I was kind of interested what we can do actually, how many objects that we can draw. Like I guess the safe number to show will be 3000. I've tried these for 10,000 and it was quite small, but I'm afraid that my laptop won't handle this stream, and then the scene with 10,000 objects. But also it worked with objects, but it was super slow. So let's see how it works with 3000. Yeah, so we have our pyramids. It's quite quick. It's rotating. It's nice. So if we'll have a scene with like, I don't know, 5,000 objects, it'll be much slower. And you can see it's slower than it was before. And if we translate, so it's removed from the scene and they're back. So this is all that I wanted to share with you today. So basically, this is very simple like script, and it requires like a little of dependencies, but it actually allows you to create something, and you can actually create your like having this keyboard callback. You can create something interactive for your users, and that's nice. I guess it's really fun that on Ruby we can create something different from backend applications that we all love to do, but something different. And we actually on Ruby there is another like game engine called Gosu, but it's only for two-dimensional graphics. But if you want to try something for three-dimensional, unfortunately, if you want to create some like professional level animations and games, you have to, I guess, switch from the different language. But anyway, if you want to create something quite simple and fun, you can use Ruby, and I guess it's really big. I guess for me, it was really fun to dig into it, and I encourage you to try it because it's really fun. And I guess this is like, even if it's like this code right now, it's super ugly because it's written in hurry, and it's just like one giant loop and one giant script. But anyway, this is, I don't know, this is the most beautiful code that I've written in all my life. So thank you for listening to me. And right now, I guess we'll skip to Q&A.
Thank you, Tatiana. That was wonderful. I love looking at these kind of talks take shape. Sorry, I promise I wouldn't do any puns. Listen, it's been absolutely wonderful to see you live code. Massive props. It's what a great talk. Let's give you a moment to have a sip of water. Folks, start writing those questions into the YouTube chat. We want to hear from you. In the meantime, let's check on our developer dilemma. So the question was, should developers do design or should designers do development? So you've all spoken, and the results are 20% of you think that developers should be doing design, and 80% of you, that is 80% of you, think that designers should be doing development. Well, let's jump into some questions. Raita, would you like to start?
Yeah, so Tatiana, one of the questions is that what made you want to try OpenGL?
So basically, I wanted to try to draw something, and basically we don't have any options like to do it easily, because maybe I will forget to mention this during the talk. OpenGL is a cross-language and cross-platform APIs that use like basically on every device. And right now, like there is no alternative for it right now. Maybe in the future it will be replaced by Vulkan, but like it's just the basic place, the right place to start. There is another graphic engines and libraries to draw graphics, but I really wanted to like dig into like the most low level and understand how it actually works under the hood. And when you like because it's everything like, you know, OpenGL, you works with vertex and with matrices, and you works with matrix operation. It's like, it's really different. Like it's not, at this point, it's not graphics, it's like math. And it's, for me, it was really fun to dig into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's super cool. I'm curious. This is a question from me. I'm just gonna take the opportunity. Did you also, or can you with Ruby, have you looked into WebGL as well?
I actually didn't try WebGL with Ruby, but because actually kind of I have like some experience with OpenGL in past, because I was trying to write some program like games with C# and their game engines that they have. So for me, it was much easier to start with OpenGL. But I know it's like it's really using the same techniques as OpenGL. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. So for the questions, I'm gonna look at our tech guy if we're ready to get Penelope in for our panel. Hey,
Hi.
Penelope. Hi.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. Yeah, so we're having quite a discussion here about the choice of pizza, and basically I cannot get over this. People here actually want to have pineapple on their pizza. Like, what? I cannot like get over this, because well, it's almost dinner time, so we're ordering pizza here for everyone. There are actually people here ordering pizza with pineapple. Don't give me that look. I can see you there. No, it's not like. Do you have an opinion about this? Because I have strong feelings.
So my preference is to not have pineapple on pizza, but I think like we should just let people have their own things that they like. Right?
You're my
so, like,
next best friend now forever.
Like, so like if people like pineapple on pizza, they should be allowed to have pineapple on pizza. I don't like if you're a group of people ordering a pizza, get a second pizza, one without pineapple. Like, problem solved, right? Like, yeah.
No. It's like no. You can ask like every random Italian person. They will tell you it's not supposed to be on a pizza. Like, no way.
Yeah, but
sorry,
like,
it's like we're getting very heated discussions here, because dinner time, everyone is grumpy and hungry. We're ordering pizza, and then this comes up. Like, it's not supposed to be an issue, right?
Sure. I mean, like, you know, I sort of, again, I run to like just let people have their preferences. Like, is that like, how is your enjoyment of a pizza that doesn't have pineapple on it in any way reduced by somebody near you who does enjoy pineapple on pizza enjoying that pizza?
Okay. Still. So, well then, I'm not having pineapple on my pizza. So, Tatiana, I want to ask you something. What do you look forward most in Ruby 3? I mean, did you get the chance to watch Mats' talk?
Yeah, I watch mostly the biggest part of it. So I really looking forward to improve performance, because it's what other communities are picking on us every time, and we can just pick on them. But anyway, improving performance will be better for everyone, and it'll be, I guess, never enough. So
Same question for you, Penelope.
That's a really interesting question. I think so I have like a lot of curiosity for what can be achieved with the Ruby type profiler. Like it's actually like it's really interesting, right? So like I attended Ruby Kaigi the last time it occurred, like physically in person, which is sort of like the first time we got to see the type profiler, and like having seen it now evolve, like to me like there's this like the determining what the types of the program are at runtime through type profiling is really compelling. But like what you will notice from Mats's talk is we don't actually have like an officially sanctioned Ruby type checker yet. Like the Ruby team did not introduce a type checker today. And they also didn't introduce one at RubyKite. Like, as far as I'm aware, the Ruby team has not really expressed an opinion on what form type checker will take. And as someone who is currently in the process of building developer tooling for the Ruby language, and actually, more importantly, I have some secret in the works after Ruby format projects that will benefit very heavily from type profiling. I'm very curious to see what we do with that. So that's kind of what's interesting to me.
Thank you both. I'm curious. It's been a good while now. I've had the opportunity to attend a few. I'm wondering, and Penelope, I know you were at you mentioned you were at Brighton Ruby. How's the feeling been of online events for you overall?
So, okay, as a speaker, doing an online event is so much harder than doing an in-person event. Like, it turns out reading body language, reading noise, reading laughter from a crowd is actually super critical to actually feeling good while giving a talk. And just having nothing come back is it makes it really difficult. It's funny, Sean, who is speaking later, they, for RustConf, pre-recorded their talk and had us all join in a Zoom call to be their audience. So, I actually got to watch their talk early and, was part of the virtual audience in a Zoom call, which I thought was a really interesting way of doing it. But yeah, that's tough. I mean, I'm also a conference organizer, right? And so, it's also, it's interesting to note, definitely fewer people attending, fewer people submitting talks, I have generally found. So it's also tough. It's just we should be frank, this is a really hard time for everyone, right? It's a global pandemic. And yeah, I don't know. I do think, however, it's great we're pulling the community together, right, to do these things. Like doing something for the community is definitely doing better than doing nothing. And so for the organizers, thank you so much for making this happen. This feels like Ruby conference-ish in a way that is activating those parts of my brain, and it feels really good.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
So yeah, it's weird times, right? So I'm curious, Tatiana. So how are these these times treating you? Have you been working remote only, or have you been going to the office once a while, or is this I will never go to the office again because this is amazing? So how has this pandemic been treating you?
So I'm working in GitLab, which is a fully remote company, and we don't have any office. And I've been working for about 2 years in from home, and I found it great. But we have a few our developers here in Kharkiv where I live. So like sometimes we went together for the co-working day, and it was really nice to see people. But when this lockdown and pandemic started, for me it was like, yeah, okay, I still I'm working from home. I still have to go out with my walking out my dog. So like nothing changed for me. Like everything is the same. But in a few months, I find out that it's still hitting me hard, because I can't be even if I want, I can't visit my family or my coworkers, and it's still it's not very good for anyone if even if my day style doesn't change it doesn't change at all, but still it's a bummer I guess for everybody.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I mean, I think for all of us, it's been something similar, if not, it's tricky. So I really appreciated that you both came on today and gave us your wonderful talks. I want to throw in a cheeky question, if I may. As folks, as you might know, this is all happening live. However, Penelope alluded to this with Sean's talk. Some conferences are doing pre-recorded talks while we're doing these live events. I'm curious, for you, as both participants and as attendees, what's your preferred between live and pre-recorded talks for these online events, Penelope?
So the answer is it depends, actually. There's a handful of factors, right? So for example, if most of the other talks for a conference are going to be live, I want to sort of fill in with the rest of the set. Brighton Ruby, the talks were all pre-recorded. And the interesting thing about that, for example, is you can do multiple takes, right? And what I actually did is I sent Andy, the organizer of the conference, a bundle. I was like, here's 4 takes, just do whatever you want with them, right? And I don't know if Andy edited them together or took one contiguous take, right? It also sort of let us iterate. So I sent a rough version and then took feedback, and so there are some advantages in that you can do many cycles. In fact, the talk you see today is actually very directly adapted from the Brighton Ruby talk. So it's basically the multiple times. I have at least found from the live experience, and so pre-recording is kind of compressing that, giving multiple times live experience. So it's trade-offs, right? I don't know that one is better than the other. I think there are trade-offs between them.
So we did a programmer and 12 years.
How about you, Tatiana?
So we have learned that we can make art with the programming languages, draw, paint. But do you know that you can also make music or writing code? So I don't know that last year we had a talk. Well, basically, it's like how to make music with the programming language. And I think, Ramon, maybe you can tell us a bit more about our nice musical intermezzo.
Absolutely. However, sorry to tell you, they were a little bit ahead of schedule. It's 5:30 right now, CEST. So I would say let's keep going with our panel discussion until 6 o'clock, if that's fine with both of you, until we have our musical break with Nerd Disco and Half Byte. So, sorry, Tatiana.
No, sure, no problem. I was 30 minutes ahead of schedule.
No problem. So, yeah, Tatiana, I wanted to ask you about what your opinion was about pre-recorded versus live talks in online conferences.
So basically for me personally, it's much easier to do it live, because with pre-recorded, I've been trying to get if you learn a video, and it took forever. The one video took 15. It's long for 15 minutes, and it took me again 2 hours because I was taking takes. better, and it's like takes a lot of time. But at least I don't know. Like as Penelope says, that it's much easier to do it live, like with the audience, because you can read body language and you can like see the people's faces, and you can understand like are they understand what you're talking about or not. And I don't know, at least this when you're doing live online, at least this is give you some notion of like some urgency, that it's like it's right now and it's not, you can't like undo it. So it is like special feeling when you're doing some public talks.
Yeah, for sure. Penelope, I don't know if you wanted to add something, Penelope. You kind of looked like.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, like, I agree. Fundamentally, like, doing it live kind of feels most similar to getting up on a conference stage, right? And that's a feeling I've been missing. Like before the pandemic, I think I spoke at like 8 or 9 Ruby conferences the year before, right? And this this year, like it's 2. Maybe it will be 3 or 4 by the end of the year, right? So like, it's a big difference.
Okay, so if you could change, so Tatiana, for your question, if you could change like one thing about Ruby, what would that be?
It's a really hard question. I don't know. So what I
Or
would
you
change?
maybe add something or remove something?
Yeah, formatter will be actually really nice to have. So, no, I don't know. Like, I guess I'm the person that like, if I know is like, if I know that this stuff works this way, so like for me it's easier to follow the standard than like complaints that I'm missing some features that I don't have. So like, I don't know how to answer this question.
How about you, Penelope? If you could change one thing in Ruby, remove, add, change?
Yeah, so like, my problem is I have like way more than one, right? As somebody, so like, this comes back to something I said in my talk, which is that like the grammar of the Ruby language is extremely complicated. Like the way you actually write and express like Ruby programs, there are so many different ways to express the same thing. Like, and we're adding more, right? Like Mats is adding right-hand assignment to Ruby in 3. Like, like my hot take on that is it's a bad idea and we shouldn't do it. Like just like fundamental, because like so here's how I think about this, and this is actually something a friend of mine, James Coughlin, helped give me some real clarity on a while back, which is that like if you add features to the language that don't give you any new capabilities, that aren't more powerful than existing constructs, like you're effectively increasing the complexity of the implementation of the language for no additional benefit to the folks writing in it, right? And so if you made me pick one thing I would change about Ruby, I would remove the 1.9 hash syntax with the like colon at the end, and go back to only having hash rockets, which is like, this is one of the most controversial takes in like all of being a Ruby developer, is that hash rockets are good actually, and that like the 1.9 style syntax where you have the colon at the end and then an expression is bad actually. Because like, if you think about it, right, when that syntax was introduced, we didn't gain an ability to do something we couldn't previously do. Like, we could always put symbol keys and hashes before. It just made it so it's slightly fewer characters to do that. And like the argument I hear a lot is that it reads more like JSON, except that it's not actually compatible with JSON, because if you put quotes there, it produces a symbol and not a string. And so like everything in that family of like the new 1.9 style hash syntax is just like, and calling it new at this point is ridiculous, right? Because 1.9 came out, what, like 7 or 8 years ago, maybe more at this point. It's new to me, and I learned a Ruby that didn't have that feature. But like, yeah, so like and to sort of move up a level, it's stuff like that. It's things in the language where we didn't gain the ability to do anything new by adding it. I think stuff that we could take out and it would be just fine, right? Of course, we would break people's programs, and Mats doesn't want to break people's programs, so we're never going to get that. But that's what I would remove.
Actually, I know also, like after Penelope talk, I actually know what I want to remove, and I would love to remove one like single quotes, because like we have double quotes like instead, like so it's confusing every time. It's like slip into the merge request, and you start like for single quotes when you add parameter string, and you have to change it, and like you have to in other direction, and it's just like, please use different quotes like in your merge request review, and like it doesn't provide any, like it's a lot of hassle, but it doesn't provide any like reasonable value for all of us.
So Tatiana, I will be pleased to tell you that Ruby format replaces single quotes with double quotes everywhere.
Nice.
In fact, all string literals apart from here docs, Ruby format normalizes them to being double quoted. So like if you do like %Q or %W or whatever the like weird syntax for starting a string is, like it will also normalize those to being double quoted. And so like Ruby format takes an extremely hardline stance on this, which is that double quotes are the right way to express strings in Ruby.
Well, there you go, Tatiana. Problem solved.
In the chat today, I've actually seen when Mats was mentioning when Mats showed some hash rockets for the right side right alignment assignment. Sorry, I'm messing it up. But I was actually kind of surprised to see that folks were pretty excited to see hash rockets. It was like hash rockets, heart emojis. So I was like, okay, people do like the hash rocket. I kind of came on Ruby after 1.9, so I got used to the colon. But anyway, yeah, it's interesting to see.
I mean, so like, I have sort of like I have questions about that. So like for example, in a hash literal, it's completely valid to say like I think now you can say like open parenthesis, some expression, fat arrow, variable name, close parenthesis, fat arrow, value, and that will work because of like how the Ruby grammar is structured. Like right-hand side assignment will be an expression, and then like that expression, if you wrap it in parentheses, can go in a hash key, and like so like, and this is what I mean, right? Like if we're adding capabilities to the language, let's not make sure they introduce like new ways of being extremely confusing. And my guess is this will end up being one that people tend not to use.
Thank you. I really appreciate the candor and like the passion coming from your opinions.
I'm well known for being someone.
Sorry, Penelope.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm well known for being someone who has strong opinions about Ruby styling. I mean, I'm inventing a tool to enforce my opinions on Ruby styling on other people. So like, of course I have strong opinions about it.
Well, it also kind of sounds like you've been coding like forever. I mean, how long have you been coding, and why Ruby?
Yeah, so that is a question in two parts. I started programming when I was like 12 or 13 in Java 1.2, which probably dates and ages me a little bit. And so I did that. Like I learned some Python, some Haskell, some C. Like I was fascinated by computers from the earliest age. There is in fact a photo of me as a baby playing with the IBM PC Portable that my parents had at home. And yeah, so like the way I came to Ruby is like, it's kind of an interesting story. I was taking a web applications course in university. It was like, here are some languages with frameworks, and I picked Ruby on Rails. And then they were like, you must write automated testing for this web application you're developing, because they were like trying to teach us like good software development practices or something, I guess. And I was like, okay, so let's take a look at RSpec. And then I started running into bugs in RSpec. And so that's actually how I ended up becoming an RSpec committer, is basically like sending bug fixes to the RSpec tracker from while I was in university, building my university Rails application. So yeah, that's the story.
Wow, ever since you were 12. Wow. And how about you, Tatiana?
So actually, my first language was kind of embarrassing. It was Visual Basic, but it's not my fault. It's my mom told me, teach me.
Not embarrassing at all.
But I was actually supposed to. I wanted to be a game developer, and I was really like into it when on during university years. But one day, actually, I discovered like it's also a quite funny story how I discovered about Ruby, and I found out there is like a company that search for like junior developers, and they are like close to like the next places from my house. So I decided like it would be nice to like have a job there because it's like easy to go, and they were actually searching for developers on Ruby, and I actually tried like what is actually exactly this language, and I'll start like reading the syntax, and I really love it, and I like because I was bought on our slogan that it's like a best friend for a developer, and since then I've like and actually the job was on. In web development, so I was like also with Rails, and I've just like I was impressed by syntax, and I really love it. So I've just forget about game design, and I switched to computer networks because I didn't know like anything about it at that point of time, and I decided it would be really fun, and it's still really fun. And I didn't get that job, but I get another one, and since then I'm like a happy Ruby developer.
Wow. But okay, so initially a game development. So what is your favorite game actually?
My favorite game, actually, the last one I really liked. It was sorry. I didn't manage to like pass it on PlayStation, so I've just forget the name. But I really like a fan of adventure games. So like I guess Siberia was my like best like I really love it so much when I was a kid.
And now these days you also play games nowadays?
Not so like not frequently, but sometimes.
Awesome.
Penelope, are you like playing games online or PlayStation or?
Yeah, I play a decent amount of video games. It varies, but recently I've been playing a lot of Factorio, and a lot of a game called Monster Train, which is like it's a card roguelike, and I see Ramon is very excited when I say Factorio.
Yeah, Ramon is very excited.
I get excited easily. Oh, that's excellent. I think, especially now that we're spending a lot of time inside, it's a great way to keep yourself busy. And I think I really like that nowadays people are so open and free to share their hobbies when it comes to this sort of thing. It's really helped me, come out of my shell and put, wear my hobbies with pride as well. That said, I'd love to hear, mentioning Penelope, you mentioned that you were doing a little bit of Rust. Yay! I'm curious. Are both a question for both of you? But I'll start with Penelope. Are you doing any other programming languages that you've been dabbling with that you want to share with us a little bit?
Yeah. So like the answer to this question is complicated and multifaceted. In my job, I do a lot of Ruby and some Go. So I like. And actually, in my not previous job, but the one before, I did a lot of work in Go as well. So I've been programming a lot of Go. Ruby, like 90% of all the code in Ruby format is written in Rust. So like obviously Rust, and also actually some of Ruby format is written in C. Because the Ruby interpreter is written in C. We have to connect like the Ruby interpreter to Rust somehow to do that. Dog. We very easily distract. This is now a dog conference. No, so we have to write some C code to integrate the Ruby interpreter into the Rust program. So I also like program a bunch of C. Those are like the main languages I work in a daily basis. Like JavaScript every once in a while. I have some experience. I wouldn't say I'm good at JavaScript, but like I get along. I think that's true for a lot of us. And then like I'm fluent in a long list of languages. I think perhaps the weirdest one that I'm fluent in that people never expect is Haskell. I have built some truly large Haskell programs in my time, and that
Awesome.
has always been a really interesting experience.
Oh, thanks. That's really interesting to hear. How about you, Tatiana? Have you been messing around in other languages and got strong opinions for us?
No, I actually don't have strong opinions. I'm like,
Fair enough.
yeah, I'm just like I'm balancing, I guess, this group. So, but yeah, I'm like basically like for the day life, I'm written in Ruby, and we say in Ruby, I guess I should say Rails because I'm working on the Rails application, and yeah, like the Go is the second language that we used in for writing our tools in my team, but like right now, like mostly it's Ruby, but I've been as I said, I was written a lot in C#, C++, yeah, and a bit of Lisp, I guess, so something like that.
Nice.
Yeah, and really, really poor JavaScript.
I understand. I feel you. Yeah. Well, thank you both. So I'm curious. Again, staying in, spending lots of time online and indoor and indoors. I'm curious. Have you been watching lots of conference talks? And if so, are there any particular ones that you would like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to? Maybe coming up today or at another event that you've been to lately, or.
Tatiana, would you like to go first?
Sorry.
So I guess in July I've been participating in the RubyConf Buy, which is like also right now this year it's online conference, but it was held by the team from Minsk, and it was really great. And like there is some great talks I've heard there. So like I'll be excited when they publish it online somewhere. And I guess I would love to promote Ruby meditation events, which is happening in Kiev, Ukraine. But it's like I guess it's everything is this year. It's actually have their cup. Yeah.
Nice.
So it's happening online. So I'm excited to see what events they'll organize next.
Lovely.
And then on my side, like, so there's like, since the pandemic has begun, I would say like the new speaker I was not aware of prior to like this is Brian Cantrell, who is not actually speaking about Ruby subjects at all. Brian sort of comes from the systems and ops world and gives these like very compelling talks about taking the Unix philosophy and applying it to cloud, which as a reliability engineer, as someone who leads teams of engineers building complex cloud systems, is like fascinating to me. So like if folks are sort of in the ops, reliability, like cognitive systems engineering space, I would highly recommend looking up Brian and binging on his talks. He has like a big archive, which is really nice. And then I will give a shout out to Sean's talk. I have seen it. It is great if you played Pokemon as a child and want to learn about hilarious bugs. Highly, highly recommend. Yeah, and then I guess I would not be doing my job correctly if I didn't give a plug to RubyConf. CFP is open. You have about 6 days left to get your submissions in. Please, 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 please submit a talk to RubyConf. We would love to have you. And like, because there is no like travel involved this year, if you can't usually make it, this is a great time to speak in front of a large Ruby audience.
That is wonderful. Thank you for the
Wow.
reminder.
Yeah.
See,
So,
go ahead.
no, sorry. No, so the Ruby Heroes is a retired brand. So I'm curious, Tatiana, who in the Ruby community inspires you?
I guess my one pick will be Katrina Owen, and I really like her books and talks, and they're really insightful, and at the same point of time, she's really kind and nice person, and I really love to hear anything from you from her, every talk from her. It's really great. So Katrina will be my choice.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Yes, Katrina Owen. How about you, Penelope? Who is
So-
your community hero, heroine?
Yeah, I of course agree on Katrina Owen. I think she's fantastic. Sandy Metz is a big name that comes forward to me as someone like I look up to and have had great conversations with over the years. I think perhaps lesser known figure who is having an outsized impact on the Ruby language is Mame. Yusuke Endo is his full name, but he goes by Mame everywhere on the internets. He's a Ruby core team member. He does a lot of work on pushing forward the actual internals of the Ruby language, and not a ton of folks know his name, but that's someone who is less well known, but I think is very important. And I guess perhaps also actually Eileen Uchitel probably deserves a mention here as well. Like, it's funny because like Eileen is an extremely good friend of mine, so it's like hard to describe as like a hero, but Eileen basically single-handedly has been working on the major and important feature development in Ruby on Rails for the last several years. There have been other folks who've been sort of like contributing and maintaining, but like Eileen has implemented some of the headline features in the new Rails versions, and the work she's doing is just so important for our community.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh, for sure. How about
There's a
you,
solid
Ramon?
list of people.
I know
Me?
you're still, since you're on the panel.
Okay. I wasn't
who's
ready.
your Ruby hero?
Who is
Heroine,
my
hero?
Ruby hero? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just put you on the spot right there.
I guess that all of you haven't mentioned already. You know, I have massive respect for people like Katrina and Yusuke and so on, and of course Eileen. And well, I think for me, what's really been focusing for me is what the people come from making the Ruby community better. I guess I would give a shout out to folks like Kaya Santro, who gave a talk at Yuruko last year. She's running the Code Curious, formerly known as Rails Girls Berlin group in Berlin. And she and Amr, who's another Ruby hero of mine and is speaking at this conference, they've both been doing such a fantastic job of keeping this need to learn, this urge to cooperate going for me. And that's something that's been mattering a lot for me lately. Just keeping going, keeping learning, staying. Yeah. And yourself, Raita, how about you?
Hey. Oh well, actually, it's for me the heroes are actually the people who keep the community going. So it's not just one particular person, but it's like the people who have this passion, this love for Ruby, and wants to keep they want to keep connecting people, helping them out. So organizing meetups and getting people together, connecting them. Basically, I consider them my heroes because I learn a lot from them. Not just the organizing part, but like the events themselves. So for me, basically the and I get all my inspiration from them as well, as in Like, how do you, if I have a question about a certain topic and I would like to learn more about it, then maybe the community members can help me with certain questions or get me in contact with. And so for me, basically, within Ruby, I found all the community people, they're my heroes. So it's not just one name, it's all of them. Sorry.
I know how you feel. It's hard to pin it down. So I think we're just about coming up to our last question for today. So one thing that I found in my experience is when people are starting out as programmers and they ask me things like, what is the programming language that will solve all of my needs, that I will spend all of my time learning as my first language, and then I'm set for life. And I kind of struggle to answer this question. So I'm curious, how do you feel about this?
I could write a whole talk on this question. I think, okay, so there's like an easy answer and a bad answer, and like a more complicated answer. The easy answer is, if you want one language that will probably give you the easiest learning and the most leverage, JavaScript is probably the right one. It's accessible on server, on client. The community is very strong, like great ecosystem, and there's great learning resources, right? Like, and also like you can teach someone JavaScript from a thing they already use every day to browse Facebook and Twitter, their browser, right? You can teach them JavaScript in the browser without them ever having to leave, which is trickier with other languages. The more complicated answer to that question is that there is no silver bullet, there is no ideal programming language, and everything in technology is a trade-off. If you're extremely new, your brain literally is not capable of even seeing what the trade-offs are yet. And so you can pick basically any language and have as much, like, effectively, like, within orders of magnitude, as much leverage as any other. Like, if you pick COBOL, you're probably going to have a worse time than if you pick JavaScript, right? Like, nobody's really programming in COBOL anymore. It's hard to get the compilers. There's not a great But, like, honestly, learning how to program in COBOL and then transmuting that knowledge out to something like JavaScript or Ruby, like, is actually, like, that's already going to have brought the learning curve down, right? And here I'm obviously using COBOL as a straw man. Like, nobody should be learning COBOL in 2020. So my sort of response to that question is it's a badly formed question. Like that, because the answer is no. There is no one language that will solve all of your problems forever in every context. And so this is where I come to, like, JavaScript is an extremely pragmatic answer for a whole variety of reasons as to, like, what's a good language to start learning in. That said, like, obviously I'm a Ruby developer. I like a lot of Ruby. It would be nice if there were more Ruby developers in the world, but, like, yeah.
Thanks a lot. I think I agree with a lot of that. I think it is like that silver, like when you said silver bullet, I was like, that's the word. Yeah. Sorry, Tatiana, how about you? Do you have an answer or an opinion that you would share?
Yeah, actually, I'm strongly agree that there is no, like, one language to rule them all. And, like, we have to carefully choose, like, the tools for every task that we work on. And like we are like with experience, yeah, you know these trade-offs, and you actually can understand for which, like, task you can apply the trade-off, like this one or another one. But talking about, like, the first language that new developer should learn, I don't have actually this answer for it. I remember that we have, like, big discussion in the university, like, a long time ago, like what our professor, like we discussed it with what our, like, students on their first, like, year, what language that they should learn first, like on which they should write their program. And I still don't know, because like my first language in university was C, and I still grateful because, like, I spent few months with, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I was just, like, copying stuff, and it's magically worked, and sometimes it doesn't work, and I didn't know why. But in few months I realized, and still this knowledge helped me to, like, basically helps me to understand how actually everything works, and it still helped me to write better programs in Ruby. But I don't know, it depends. I guess Ruby could be a good choice if you want to just quickly start and jump in and see how, like, get some results, like be encouraged to learn more when you get some results. But I guess my answer will be not learn one, but learn different and understand what's the difference between them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well,
Thank
I
you.
think we've come to the end.
Penelope, thank you very much. Tatiana, thank you also very much. So I think we have to wrap this up, Ramon.
Absolutely. Can't thank you enough for taking the time to chat with us, and feel free to hop on the chat on YouTube if you want to answer any questions or check them out. And yeah, thanks for everything, and thanks for your talks.
All right.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are now upon our very, very exciting musical intermezzo. We're going to be listening to some, and I will say, sick beats from Half Byte and Nerd Disco. This is going to be great. Don't go anywhere. Grab a bite. We're going to have some pizza. Get your wireless headphones. Listen to that. It's going to be amazing. See you.
Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure and an honor to be part of Noruko, our second favorite thing that was supposed to happen today. Before we're going to start to make some actual music, I thought it would be useful to quickly explain to you what's actually going on here. Sorry. When I was asked by the organizers if I wanted to make some music during the break of Noruko, my first idea was to build something in Sonic Pi, the awesome Ruby live coding music machine made by Sam Aaron I've talked about so many times before. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at Sonic Pi, and I couldn't find the needed time to make it happen. Instead, I fell back to the stuff I built for my Euroku 2019 talk, and used my gem synth blocks to create a bunch of sounds with pure Ruby and then imported them into my favorite music making tool, Ableton Live. So everything you're going to hear in the next 30 minutes or so at least started at some point as something generated in pure Ruby. So much for the music. The visuals you see are, unfortunately, not in any way related to Ruby, even though, if you've seen Tatiana's talk, will definitely be possible to build VJing software in Ruby, and it's been done. But that doesn't mean that the tech behind what my friend Tim, aka Nerd Disco, is doing here isn't exciting. He's using a tool called ModV, which is the brainchild of Sam, aka 2xAA. And the special thing about this tool is that it's running entirely in a web browser. So what you're seeing here is a wild mix of WebGL, Canvas, and other techniques, and a ton of unholy JavaScript. And of course, there's a police car outside my window now. The last question you may have is how our collaboration actually works. It's actually quite straightforward. I'm streaming my music from my studio in Hamburg to his place near Darmstadt using a thing called the internet. Jokes aside, the actual tech we're using is super old and is super reliable, and is called Icecast. He's taking that stream and is using it with a built-in audio detection of ModV and mixes the audio and his video together and sends it off as another stream using the old trusty OBS to the Noruko streaming server, which probably sits in someone's closet in Amsterdam. That's all from my side in terms of introduction. Again, thanks to the organizers for pulling off this impossible feat at such short notice, and enjoy the rest of the day. Now, some music.
Now attending.
Half days.
Now attending.
Okay, hi folks. Can you hear me right? So let me just share my screen real quick here.
This is another Half-Life Tech Nerd Disco production. This is another Half-Life and Nerd Disco production.
Has left the call.
Half-Byte.
Has left the call.
Hi everyone, we're back. Hope you have enjoyed your pizza. I sure have enjoyed mine. Pineapple-less pizza. So before we start our next session with our next speaker, we have another developer dilemma ready for you. So you'll find the link to this developer dilemma in the chat. And please pick one. Every commit goes to production or deploy once every quarter. Jump on in, cast your vote, and meanwhile, we are now welcoming Tom. So, Ramon, can you tell us a bit about Tom?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Raita. Yeah, folks, I am so excited to tell you about our next talk from Tom. Tom here is a published science fiction writer. He's going to tell us about how to use Git and how we communicate with it and how communication ties into the way that we use Git. Now, Tom here, I'm informed, dreams to one day pilot his very own Gundam machine. Now, for those of you who don't watch it, Gundam is an anime show where people pilot giant mecha pieces of armor that fly around space. So I'm very excited to hear about this. And without further ado, Tom, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Ramon. I'm happy to be here today. Yes, we'll be talking today about how to pilot your first Gundam. That's, I think, a very important thing we need to discuss. Actually, I think my phone's going off. Well, actually, I have another problem. A bug report has come in production. And I also saw that the customer was already in our support channel asking, is it you or is it me? So maybe we should look at how to debug this issue instead, because we can make the customer happy and we can make ourselves happy. Everyone will be happy and we will have a more stable system. But as I'm looking at the code, it doesn't really start to make sense to me a lot. I'm asking myself, how should this have even worked in the first place? And that's not a really good thing to wonder when you're debugging something. So I grabbed my trusty tool called Git Blame, and let's look at how this code worked, how it was written, why it was written. Because we're out of luck, we don't know. We need some more information here. Okay, no, that's not going to work either. Work in progress, in production. It's no longer in progress, Dave, so this is not going to be helpful either. Strap in, we're going to be here a while. Today, I want to talk about why Git is about communication. I'm Tom de Bruin, I'm a developer at AppSignal, and I think communication is very important, and I think Git is a very good tool we can use for this. So how does the situation we just ran into happen? How do we get such a bad Git blame? We all know this person, we all know the hacker man, we all know the rock star, the ninja, the 10x engineer. They churn out code, management loves them, they run through the story points and deliver features to customers. It's great, it's all amazing, but we get this kind of commit. And that's just not helpful. But something stands out to me. When I look at this timestamp, I'm starting to wonder, did Dave go to lunch? Maybe his colleagues were already waiting, saying like, hey, we need to leave if we want to make our reservation. And he was just like, work in progress, back it up, push it to GitHub, because last time my laptop crashed and I lost all this progress. So never again. But then never went back to the commit and improved it. Git is just not simply a way to get your code to production. It's not Command S with more steps. It's so much more. All right. So communication is important in development because development is not just about typing code. We do like typing code, but we're talking to our users, we're talking to our team, product owner. They all have information about what we should make and what we should focus on, all important things to get right. But a bad Git blame is a breakdown of this communication because we stopped communicating. Nothing is being communicated here. But we do use git blame, right? We've all run into this situation, or did all the bad and useless commits make this pointless? I know we've all been here because we can relate with this situation. We're looking at our code, not even through git blame. We just open a file and we are wondering who wrote this shit, and then, oh, it's us. So we know the situation, but how can we improve it? Because git blame should not just, it should help us debug. It should not be another source of frustration. It should give us more information and not just make us sigh a lot. So Git is talking to your team. It's talking to yourself from the future because you're using git blame. So tell a story, tell them the information you know now because they might need it in the future. So the source of this problem is bad commits. A measure, a code quality measurement is W2Fs per minute if we just look at the code itself. But if we then run out of knowledge information to figure out why the code works the way it works, we git blame and it's the source of another WTF. So it's just piling on the bad code quality measurement. I'm definitely guilty of this myself. I've written many, many bad commits because just looking at this example from 2017, I'm like, great, Tom, why did you do that? Was it better? What changed? I have to look at the diff now to try and understand my cryptic and incomplete message of what I was trying to do here. So I have a little personal hall of shame here. We all know the work in progress commit. It's abbreviated, of course, because we are in a hurry and we just want to ship the new feature. But we also know fix bug. I'm going to fix a bug. Which one? Figure it out. And then, of course, I need to update the test because while I was fixing that bug, I just broke a whole lot of things. And now I need to push another commit to fix the tests again. So another one I personally dislike is move method. Why did I move it? Was it more aesthetically pleasing in another location? Who knows? Can't tell from the commit anymore. Or this one. Just closes something, an issue. I can't tell if it was a bug or a performance issue or a feature. Can't tell anymore because we used GitHub in the past and we use Jira now, and we no longer have the information in GitHub, so that is just lost to time now. And my least favorite one then finally is the 3 dots. That's just not just a continuation of this list, it's 3 dots. Those commits just all start blurring together, and I've worked with someone who committed this work like this, and it was not fun. But what do all these commits have in common? They're extremely unhelpful, of course. They don't communicate anything. They don't tell us anything. Why was this change made? I don't know. I'm going to have to make some assumptions here because there is no information here. So the problem here is that I now have to make the assumptions, and that can just lead to more bugs because I don't know what I need to consider here, and all this. I might break some other obscure part of the system that I've never worked with, but relies on this code. So you might think to yourself, well, I can just ask the author, right? They might know, or they still know why they wrote the code the way they did. But that's not necessarily the case because they might be out sick, they might be on vacation, or left the company entirely. And then even if they are available, it might be 3 a.m. A critical bug has appeared, and now you have to call them awake to get that information. So if there's any time-sensitive information you need, this is not a great way to do it. So how are we going to go fixing this bug now? We ran into bad git blame, run out of luck there. We now need to figure out what to do, how to fix it. So I start a Slack call or a Zoom call or whatever you use. And I'm going to invite my team members here. They might have worked with this person, Dave, or they have touched this code more recently than I have, and they might know a little bit more about how to fix it. But I do have to stop them from whatever they're doing to pull them out of their work and get them to help me in this problem. But did we figure it out in the end? Awesome, celebration time. We have fixed this bug. It might have taken days. Great. What do we do now? just git commit fix bug, right? And then we just move on. I have another list of bug reports that have come in. I need to pick those up, or that feature has been delayed by all of this. No, we shouldn't make this same mistake, of course, because 3 months from now, we're going to be in the same situation. Some other bug has slipped in. We git blame it, and we're going to have to start from scratch again. We learned a lot in this situation. Like if we debugged it with our team, we now know why the code works the way it does. Let's write that down. So how do we prevent this from happening again? We make better commits. If we look at this, just simple command of adding a commit of fix bug, I'll give you a big pro tip of like how to make your commits like 100 or 1,000 times more useful. Git commit actually supports multi-line commits. You don't have to cram everything in the first sentence or the subject as it's called. If we just run git commit without the option, it will open our favorite editor of choice. In my case, that's Vim. And I can just start typing the subject, then add a new line, another new line to begin a paragraph for the description, and just type more the way everything I want to add to this commit. Nothing is going to stop me there. I can add whatever I want. But what do we actually write then? I have a little format for that, and we'll get back to that later. But first, let's move on to another thing I find important to say about commits, is that I think they're part of the documentation of the project. We have, of course, a lot of other different sources for the documentation, like a README. Most projects have those. Maybe there's a wiki with some more advanced guides, or like, oh, you ran into this bug on this system, then you need to fix that. That way, maybe. But there might be a guide, if you're lucky. Might be more step-by-step guides to help you get started. And there probably, or maybe, will be an inline comment, but good luck with that because no one updates those and they're going to be outdated. As developers, there's this idea that writing documentation is not fun. I need to stop whatever I'm doing. I want to ship a feature or fix another bug, and I now need to stop what I'm doing to write down all the things I thought about while making this change. And that's just boring. I want to move on and do cool stuff. But on the other hand, if we have no documentation, we're going to be back in that situation, and that's just going to be so much worse. You're going to meet your past self, and you're just going to blame them, being like, oh, no, if only I had done something then. And so documentation, when we are writing it, we need to consider that it's for the people who are not there. It's not just only for me in the future, but also for the team members, or if we have any public docs, for people outside the organization as well. So this can be like a physical, the room in this case can be a physical room or a meeting or a call. We need to, like, if anyone missed this particular discussion, they need to know what's going on. And anyone can write this. It's not rocket science. You can start small and build your way up. You don't have to write a giant novel at the very beginning, but we do want to move towards that. Another time when we are looking at our commits is when we are reviewing pull requests. So we get assigned a pull request, and we put on our reviewer hat, and we are going to review it. But how do we do that? How do we determine what is a good review? How can I leave? How can I make sure that the author is happy with my review and not just, I needed this check mark? Because if I open a pull request and it's just very long, everything blurs together, I'm getting bored. I just approve it, and then the review is worth nothing, basically, because I haven't really looked at the details of the code, like how it works and how it does the way it actually is supposed to be doing. So how can I make this a little better? Well, things I do is I check out the code locally, and I just start poking around at it, try and break it, see if the tests actually do the thing they do. If I comment out an if statement, does the test that tested if statement actually fail or not? But the problem here is also that it's just, what I'm doing here is testing the code quality. I'm not testing what it's actually doing, because I don't know them, because the commits don't tell me what it should actually do. So how do we know what the change should actually do in this case? Because if it just says fix bug, I want to know what bug it fixed. Tell me. And as a reviewer, I can start asking questions. I can ask the author, like, okay, what is the error you ran into here, or why was this slow? In a way to get more in-depth reviews, get a little bit more knowledge about this problem. But the problem is then we need to ask the author, and the author has moved on. They have started on a new feature or bug, and they need to come back and stop what they were doing before to now explain to me why they did things the way they did. And that can be an hour or two or days later, and then I need to go back and review it again, and I've forgotten what it was about, so I need to read up again. This is just going to take a lot of time, and it shouldn't have to if the information was there at the very start. So how can we make this better? Well, when you send in a pull request for review, make sure that the reviewers have enough context to review it properly. They have the information to know what bug is being fixed and all that stuff. So they can leave more critical reviews because they know what's actually going on. So how do we provide this context? Well, explain the why. Why did all of this happen? And I might have dropped this word already like 100 times because it's really important, because why explains the things about the commit. We shouldn't have to assume things going in. Oh, you fixed this, you changed something online this, so maybe this bug could have occurred. No, that's not a good way to go. In a way, git blame is actually bad terminology, because git blame, I'm not looking for someone to blame. I want to know why this change is the way it is. I'm not going to assign the bug to the original author of the line on which the bug is now occurring. That's not helpful. I get assigned this issue, so I'm going to fix it. And if you want to use this kind of more positive terminology, you can actually alias the git blame command to git y with the command I've added at the footer of my slide there. So yeah, we need to write down why the change was made and not just what was changed, because I can see that the method was moved or something like that. That's what the diff is for. I can just look through and scroll for the code. But I think this is what my slide, my presentation boils down to. We need to write down why the change was made. Like really, really write it down. I think it's very important to do this. And a way I do this is by using a little git commit format that I'm using as I write my commits. I start off with the scenario, like what brought me to this moment? Not just I got to work one day, but rather this bug occurred. This incident was reported in the error tracker or something like that. And I don't just mean link to the ticket or the issue, because again, systems change and that ticket might not exist 2 or 3 years from now. So write down in the commit why this is happening and why I had to make the change. Some template language you can use here is like when something happened or this error occurred, or one morning I woke up and I thought, yes, I know how to refactor this ugly class that I've been screaming at for like 6 months. Now I know how to make it work or look more nicely. And then I move on to like, how did I solve this problem? And of course, the git diff can help here. It tells us what changed, but not why this particular line has changed in the way it did. Why did I change the class or into 2 classes? Why did I break that up? That kind of stuff is important to explain in this commit. And then I also explain why this solution specifically. This can be as simple as like, hey, I forgot to initialize the class before calling the method. That can be a very simple explanation to go forward, but usually the problem is a little bit more complicated. And then I move on to the alternatives, because these are very important contexts we can add to this commit. Like, why did I go for this particular solution? Because there might have been 10 other ways to do it, but I chose for this one. If I write down which ones I considered, my teammates can also know if I might have missed one, a better solution. Or did I consider that solution, but was I actually running into some technical limitations that made it impossible for me to implement it that way? That kind of information just tells so much more and prevents someone from breaking their head on the same problem I did some like 3 months or 6 months later. The best way, or my favorite way to do this, my favorite reason to do this is actually to prevent this kind of question popping up in a review, because nothing is more annoying than having gone through this process, decided what solution was best, and then have someone in a review say, but did you consider this other way? Yes, I did, but then you have to explain it in the comment, and that information is then lost. So some template language here is like, I consider something, but I couldn't do it, or I wanted to do something else, but I compromised on this solution instead. Cite your sources. Did you find an awesome blog post that was just tailored to your problem and explains how you can fix it in an amazing way? Links to it, but also copy paste into the Git commit the actual important content that helped you resolve this problem, because again, the blog post or Stack Overflow answer might disappear in the future, so it's better to just have it right there in the commit. And finally, the subjects. I've probably started with a subject, which was maybe not the best one, but now that I've internalized this entire process of like, why did I make this change, how did I make it, and what other alternatives did I consider, I can write a more better subject for my commit, because I know all this information now and I can write it down very succinctly. So if all goes well, we've started with this work in progress commit, but eventually we move to something like this. More is better. Just start writing, put as much context in that commit as you can, because that might be relevant sometime from now. You don't know what's relevant then, but you know it now, so write it down. So how do we make pull requests more easy to review? If I have a branch with just one commit, GitHub helps here a lot. It pre-fills everything for me. It just adds the title as the subject as the title, and all the commit content as the description. I just have to press create, assign some of my team members to review it, and I'm done. But if I have multiple commits in this branch and I don't want to split it up, I can actually, GitHub doesn't pre-fill it for me, so I need to do this myself. I copy paste in all the commit messages and the subjects into the description. I add some headings to like differentiate between the commit messages or commits themselves. And then all the information is right there at the top. When someone opens the pull request, they see all that information, they can start reading, and only then switch to the changes tab to see if my code quality is good enough or not. My rule is pull request should only have the content from the commits. If I add any new information for that pull request specifically, that is just lost in the future. The only exception here is maybe a cool screenshot or two. You made a cool feature with some cool design, post that in the description so that the reviewers can see the feature before they've even checked it out. Another way to make reviews more easy is by making smaller pull requests. Because if we have to decide between pull request 123 or 256, I know which one I'm going to go for. The first one just has way too many changes. There's too much going on. I can't scroll through it. My eyes glaze over. I just get bored and approve it, move on. Because this is very difficult to review. There's too much to keep in mind. There are too many changes. Maybe a bug or like 6 have been fixed. So there's just too much to keep in mind here. But if we look at the smaller one, there's usually just one change and one type of context I need to consider to review it. I don't need to go through the whole project to understand this particular fix. So break your larger pull requests, if you have them, into smaller ones. If you found a bug while working on a feature, but it's unrelated to, like, they don't have to ship together, you can just extract it into another pull request, assign reviewers. It can be merged while you're working still on the original feature where you found it. And probably my biggest pet peeve is like presenting a tidy history, because too often I see a history where I'm like, it's too much, I don't understand it. So please start making a more tidy history. If we start off with this kind of development history, which is totally fine, most of my commits are usually also work in progress and not much better than that originally, but it's not the thing I submit as something to review because I tidy it up first. If I look at this history, I just get a big question mark with the work in progress one because sure, it's work in progress, but I have to look at another commit to understand what was actually in progress. It's probably the button, and I hope there's more content in this commit because now I only see the subject. But it kind of explains what's going on. I'm going to add a button for this particular feature. Then I'm looking at the merge commit, and I don't understand. Was that necessary to like get a bug fix from develop? Did I need it to finish this pull request? I can't tell from this commit alone. Then I move on to the refactor, and it's like, okay, we probably found a better way to make this button or all the buttons in the system, so we refactored it. That's fine. Could maybe be a separate pull request, but all right. And then after I created my pull request and I let the CI run, I found out that, oh, all the tests were broken, so I crammed all the test fixes in one commit and pushed it. But if I look at this history, the biggest like question mark is going to be like the work in progress. I can't tell on this alone why this commit exists. But if I just look at it like from afar, like in total, I just get a big question mark. Like I get whiplash looking at these commits going back and forth between some developer nonsense like work in progress or merging a remote branch to actually implementing the feature. There's just too much nonsense going around here in this branch. So some rules from me are no work in progress commits, no merge commits, and no fixed test commit, because upon themselves, they don't really explain anything. These commits should be part of other commits that actually explain what's going on. So if I see this, I'm going to give it a rejection. I want to see a more tidy history so I can actually review it. How do we do that? Well, we're going to have to do some scary rebasing magic. But it's not actually that scary as it sounds. Because if we just have this kind of history, which we just saw, how can we make that better? Well, we run the git rebase command, but I say it's interactive, so I can tell Git what to actually do, and then just choose the base branch, which I branched off originally. So what do I then tell Git to rebase? Well, I start off with the work in progress commit. I kind of have to. So I'm going to pick that as Git chooses to name it. And then I'm going to merge the merge commit in there, but also the refactor and also some test fixes which were needed after this refactor. And then finally, I'm going to implement the button and then also include the test fixes which were needed for that commit as well. And I've actually broken up the fixed test commit into 2 commits because I don't want a separate commit at the very end to fix them all. I just want those test fixes in the original commits where they broke. So if all goes well, we might have to fix some merge conflicts. We should have a more tidy history that looks like this. We first refactor the button and then added the new button. Alternatively, you could say, well, that's not exactly how it happened in Git. Instead, we first added the button and then refactored it. But now I kind of implemented the button twice in a very short period of time, where I first added it, then refactored it again, and then so I've implemented it twice. So what did we learn in this particular talk? We do this for our team, but we also do this for our future selves. We try to communicate better. We try to communicate our changes for like pull requests and git blames. So all this information we add now that we know can be so much more useful in the future. The best motivation ever is to just make things easier for yourself. So if you do this, it will become so much easier for you in the future. So in short, commits should explain why the change was made, but also why this particular implementation was chosen. If you considered any alternatives, write them down, but also then why this solution was better. Why didn't you choose any of those alternatives? And then make small pull requests, of course, so they're easier to review. and created tidy history for the same reason, making them easier to review. So if we do all this, what should happen is we have better reviews because people actually know what they're reviewing, what's going on, why were these changes necessary. And that should just result in faster reviews. And then some months later, when a bug has slipped in through this process, we can use it to faster debug the issue because we know all the information we did back then. It becomes so much easier to debug something or fix a bug if we don't have to make assumptions about how or why the change is made. So your team, like in short, your team, your future selves, your colleagues that haven't even joined yet will thank you for taking the time to write this information down, because they'll just love you for it because you've saved them so much time. They don't have to figure it out all over again. If you're interested about this topic, I've actually written a blog post before I gave this talk about this very same topic. Read it if you want some more information or just want to take a moment to read it instead of watching a talk. If you have any questions, now is the time. I want to thank you all for listening. I'll wait for my MCs.
Tom, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. I solemnly swear I'm never going to write a commit with 3 dots in it again.
Okay.
So folks, folks, let's take a moment. Let's give Tom a moment to have a drink. In the meantime, I would like to share with you the results of our third developer dilemma. Deploy once a quarter versus every commit goes into production. And the results are in. 18% of you said deploy once every quarter, and 82% of you said every commit goes to production. So with that said, Tom, I would love to ask you a couple questions. And my first being, how do you feel about semantic commits? I don't know if you're still there, Tom.
Move you into the screen so I could actually see you.
There you go.
All right, semantic commits. Yes. No, I'm not a big fan myself. I know semantic commits is, I think, the prefixes for all the commits and describe what it is the chore, is the feature, is the docs thing. I think they don't really add as much as they should, I think. I know Jülich, another talk in this conference, actually wrote a blog post specifically about semantic and conventional commits, I think is the alternative, about why this is a not amazing practice. It's like the same thing of just linking to the, or he also made an example of like linking just to GitHub or Jira tickets as the explanation for why the commit was made. I don't think it just communicates enough. We need to add a lot more information, and I can write in the description if it was a bug fix or a chore or docs thing. I need those characters at the beginning of the subject to explain what the actual change is about. And I don't think those prefixes are the best thing we can do there.
Thank you. On the note of characters, here comes a perhaps contentious question.
Okay.
Emoji? Yes, no? In commits?
Sorry, emoji?
Emoji and commit subjects.
No. Like, again, if you're using them as prefixes, I know of at AppSignal, we also tried to do this for issues and commits sometimes, but we dropped it. It wasn't as useful as we hoped.
Fair enough. Thank you. And how about, is there such a thing as a commit message that is perhaps too long?
Well, if you have to read it, sure. But if you're in this position that you need to read it, there's probably a lot going on there, and you want all that information. If the author thought to make it more short because of readability, they might have left something out. So I prefer the longer version, even if that means I have to read more. Takes a little bit more time, but the time will be won again because I don't have to debug all the things that were omitted.
That's a good point. Good point. All right, I think we got time for 1 or 2 more questions. Here's one from me. The impression that I got, and I think we've all gotten, is that writing effective commits is a skill. So how long do you feel it took you to get to a point where you would say you're proficient at it?
I know I looked up yesterday what I think was maybe my first commit that I started to add a subject, because looking at old AppSignal code from 2012 or 11, I made a lot of commits that had no description. But then somewhere in 2012, I fixed a bug in the Ruby gem and I added more information to it, because I realized that I was doing something very weird that from the diff itself did not explain anything. So then I started to add more information. But I've been spending a lot of time on writing better commits since then. I don't think it's taken 8 years. That would be a lot, but I think 2 or 3 years to really get into this mode where I know what is important and to write better commits, more long commits.
Thank you. And to follow up on that question, do you think that our needs in terms of how commits look will perhaps change in the near or distant future? Would you say you've made it to the end goal of what a, not perfect, but as good as it gets commit message is?
If we follow... You mean if we follow the steps that I just described?
Yes.
I think it's very good if we do this. It could always be better, of course. I don't know. I can't read the future, unfortunately.
Of course.
But I think if we just did this, it would be so much better already.
Excellent. Well, I think that's all I got. Folks, thanks for tuning in. Tom, thank you so much for your incredible talk. We're going to head into a little break now before Allison's talk. But don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. We're coming back. See you soon. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, we're back.
I hope that you have been having as much fun as we have with these talks and with this conference in general. Can I get a couple of hands up emojis in the chat, please? I'm having a blast. So let's head into our next talk. Before that, we'll have our final developer dilemma of the day. The developer dilemma is, do you prefer to work remote or in an office? Jump in. We're going to put that link into the YouTube chat. Let us know. Eager to know. So, Raita, who's next?
Our next speaker is Alison. Let's get her in the studio. Hi, Alison.
Hi.
Hello. Nice to have you here. So Alison, she is no stranger to virtual conferences, and she's a Mozilla tech speaker. Director of engineering at GitHub, a developer, a mom, former Rails Girls Washington. Wow, do you even have spare time? Creator of the Parent Driven Development podcast, and today she'll illuminate us on how working as a parent has been affected by these turbulent times. I can't wait. Alison, take it away.
Excellent. Thanks so much for having me. So today we're living in a completely different world than we were only a few months ago. And the choices that we're making, the way that we're living our day-to-day lives, everything has changed, and it all changed really quickly. This new way of living is tough for everyone. And as we navigate this pandemic around the world, you don't have to look very far to see that working parents, and mothers in particular, are drowning. Article after article after article highlights the long-term effects. We're expected to wear so many different hats right now. I mean, even as I'm delivering this talk, I am waiting for information about my daughter's preschool reopening, which is supposed to start next week, and my son's virtual kindergarten schedule, login, etc. I'm sure all of that will go amazingly. And doing all of this while working, doing grocery shops for my mom, navigating our overall family's health and well-being, and more. Every day is a sprint of decision making and new situations that I need to make decisions about or react to. But this is also not a sprint. It's a marathon, and you can only run that fast for so long before burning out. I have two wonderful children, a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. They have both become very good mask wearers. Like my intro said, I work at GitHub as a director of engineering. I work on Codespaces and a variety of other teams. I'm on the board of Ruby Central, where the CFP is currently open to speak at RubyConf. A Mozilla tech speaker, and I run a podcast called Parent Driven Development about being a parent in tech. Now, not all of the problems that we're seeing are completely new. When I first went back to work after having my son, it was after only 6 weeks, and it was intense. There was so much that I was struggling with, and the isolation of being a parent in tech, the challenges of balancing it all. If I'm being really honest, there are times in the last handful of years where I just wasn't sure if I could remain in tech and be a successful mom. I thought about leaving tech more than once and going back to different fields or positions that I could do well or could do a little bit more on autopilot. You see cute pictures of parent life or kids on Facebook or Instagram, but it's not always like that. And for me, especially in the early days of both kids, it wasn't usually like that. It was hard and tiring and frustrating. It was also amazing and all-encompassing and sometimes really lonely. I reached out to other parents to ask questions, which led to me putting together a survey. So here's a little bit of what I found. In an industry that values open source contributions, GitHub as your resume, and keeping up to date with the most recent programming developments, parents were already struggling. They were challenged by job interviews that sent home code challenges saying, don't worry, it should only take 4 to 6 hours of focus time to complete. Do you know when the last time that I had 6 straight hours of focused time outside of my workday was? I think it was about 5.5 years ago before my son was born. And they were also challenged with staying sharp. A study from Owlet Baby Care found that parents lose a total of 44 days of sleep in their child's first year. And a newer study found that parents are sleep deprived for 6 years after they have a child. And again, all of this was pre-pandemic, where at least we could head to our easier day jobs. When I asked if having children helped or hurt their career, only a small portion of respondents self-identifying as fathers said that it had hurt their career. They felt it either helped or had a neutral impact. About 60% of respondents self-identifying as women, though, said that having children hurt their career, and even more said that it didn't hurt their career, but it changed it. Many women said that it slowed their career, affecting their overall trajectory and growth potential. Now, I venture to say that those changes are actually, in fact, hurting mothers' careers. So here's the total breakdown of parents based on if they felt that having a child helped, hurt, had no impact, or both helped and hurt their career. And here are their same choices based on mom identifying answers or dad identifying answers. So as you can see, while in this last one, the pieces are pretty even, when you break it down, it's much different. And one thing that I do want to note here is that I don't have this information breakdown for non-binary folks or for respondents who don't identify as a mother or a father, because I don't have enough survey results yet from that population. And this data is backed up by additional research. This 2018 study on children and gender inequality in Denmark shows these results based on gender and earnings. So given all of those challenges, I wanted to talk about some solutions or some things that might help, especially now in these COVID times. So we'll start with some company-based solutions. First, allowing flexible, creative, or unconventional work options. So I'm going to mostly bypass remote work for now, since many of us are working remotely. But if you're not actively offering that already, it's definitely a must-have. Many parents right now aren't just dealing with the regular benefits of working remote, right? Like it's not just having to take into account time for commuting, et cetera. But even for places where schools and childcare facilities are reopening, they're reopening with an incredible amount of rules and restrictions. And I'll say that I'm all for these rules. We tend to be more cautious than some of the folks around us. But I also realize the burden of needing to keep a toddler home when they just have a runny nose. Like if my daughter ends up going back to preschool, I'm sort of wondering if she'll even be there at all between the months of October and March, when a runny nose is pretty much the norm. And for those with school-aged children at home, even older kids need some sort of extra attention or supervision, and that need increases the younger the child is. Most adults I know have a difficult time spending hours per day in Zoom meetings, and so we need to be empathetic with our little ones and with the parents supporting them. And what creative working solutions or hours looks like will be different for different parents and kids at different ages. For companies looking at what can be offered, there's no one size fits all here. Second, companies can take a much more proactive role in creating support systems. A simple example might include a parenting Slack channel where parents can share experiences, issues, and resources with one another. Another more involved option might be to connect parents with kids of similar ages who are trying to figure out similar things. So a hot topic right now for us at work is looking for shared resources on worksheets or homeschooling or literally anything that keeps our children engaged for more than 5 minutes at a time. And so setting up these structures allows it to be a safer space for folks to discuss these successes, issues, and challenges. Finally, train managers. So managers will play some of the biggest roles in this pandemic at the moment in terms of determining whether parents stay or leave. Managers set the tone for boundaries on teams, for working hours, for meeting cadence, and for expectations in general. Managers must be trained on how to be accommodating, how to have constructive and empathetic conversations, and how to support their employees through this time. Third, create realistic expectations for parents at work. So if your company operates off of KPIs or goal setting, recognize that these goals should be different this year. For parents, encourage small goals. Help them determine how much they can realistically accomplish, and do not penalize them for being able to accomplish less this year or setting more realistic, which can be viewed as lower, expectations for work-related goals. Retaining parents in your workforce is incredibly beneficial and incredibly important. And if your company doesn't have a good answer right now for the question, how are you supporting employees during this pandemic, then you have some thinking to do. If you're a manager, encourage realistic goal setting. So again, this goes back to supporting and retaining your employees long-term. Work with them and let them dictate what's realistic right now. So again, these solutions are creative working options, support systems, and realistic expectations. These items, when put into place, have positive benefits for the entire company. The open acceptance of diversity and intentional support around the uniqueness of a teammate's life creates that atmosphere on a team. As managers and company employees are trained to establish and seek out things like support systems or create realistic expectations, anyone going through any sort of hardship or life adjustment feels supported. And once you've created these systems and benefits, it's easier to see how similar accommodations for others enable teams to really thrive. Support systems could help folks from burning out, and normalizing being open about struggles and successes makes it more likely that somebody who is burning out will speak up earlier. Realistic expectations encourage teams to craft better guidelines around work and promotions, which often help underrepresented minorities succeed. And creative working options help companies attract the best talent regardless of where they reside. There are also things that we could and should be doing as parents. First, get rid of your parent guilt. I know it's easier said than done. There is so much parent guilt right now. There's so much that we can't do with our kids and so much that we have to let drop so that we can balance it all. But that's simply the reality of the situation at the moment. We need to realize that working and doing things that we love is still important for us and for our children to see. Next, schedule self-care days. It took me a long time pre-pandemic to do this, but now with the pandemic, a lot of folks aren't taking time off because you can't really go anywhere. But taking time off is critical. I took a week off in June where one day my only goal was to take my Nintendo Switch and walk into the woods and play Animal Crossing for as many hours as I wished. My partner and I have been working out breaks over the last few months, just a chance to not be on duty for a full 24 hours. It's important to not put off these days and to make sure that you're taking time to recharge. Third, we can only make this better if we're united. At work, we have a parenting channel, and so many folks have said that the existence of that channel and being able to share ideas, stories, hacks, and struggles with one another has been incredibly helpful. We're also in the process of establishing a new parents ERG, or employee resource group, so that we can come together and focus on what parents need. Being able to speak with one another and share challenges, solutions, and suggestions is invaluable. Just like having a support group when you have a newborn, supporting one another as parents in tech makes us stronger and better and gives us a more united voice. Next, share the mental load. So I'm going to talk about moms specifically because mothers are disproportionately affected by the weight of mental load, although this happens in non-hetero partnerships as well. In 2015, a Pew Research Center study surveyed 1,800 parents in households where they both work. They asked, who does the work of managing your children's schedules and activities? And who takes care of the kids when they're sick? There have been dozens of articles about the amount of mental load, among other things, that primary caregivers are experiencing right now. In addition to this headline, another article stated that millennial mothers are nearly 3 times more likely than millennial fathers to report being unable to work due to a school or childcare closure, even though in the US, more than 60% of mothers are now the sole or co-breadwinners of their households. I'll give a pre-COVID example. Let's say you have a partner, and let's say that that partner is great, which I've actually already found to be a pretty big assumption. Let's say that you feel like you've got a pretty okay split of work. You share pickups and drop-offs, you share who stays home with the kids on days off, you share cooking, cleaning, etc. But what about all the other stuff? Who thinks about what the kids are going to eat for lunch? Who schedules doctor's appointments? Who knows what day schools are going to be closed? Who knows what the next thing the child needs developmentally is, or sort of what's coming next? Who buys the birthday presents for the birthday parties that are coming up? Who reviews homework, plans, and packs for family trips? And now think about how many more decisions you're making, or how many more things need to be coordinated or thought through in advance with coronavirus considerations. If you're already splitting this load, I applaud you. But for many families, that isn't the case. If you're not doing it already, share this mental load. I have a link on my website to a worksheet that can be a great jumpstart to this conversation. One example of a thing that I did was I put a checklist on our door of who needed what in order to leave the house in the morning, because I realized that I was taking on the mental burden of having to make sure that everyone was ready in the morning, even on the days that my husband was doing drop-off. With that list on the door, we could both make sure that everyone had everything that they needed without me having to bear that burden. Okay, so that is disappear parent guilt, self-care days, find a community, and share the mental load. For your teams, remember that just existing as a parent on your team makes your teams better. You are organized. You need to set boundaries. You must have some sort of work-life balance. Being this role model helps everyone, even if they don't know that you're role modeling it. So, for example, last year, my team had an offsite that I brought my family to. And in order for me to be available for dinner and bedtime each evening, our day ended at 5, and we didn't meet up for dinner until like 7 or 7:30. My team brought this up as one of the things that they loved about our offsite schedule, not knowing that I had created that break because I needed to balance running the offsite with being present for my family. When I told them the reason why the break existed, they saw that not only did it benefit me and my family, but it also benefited them by giving them a chance to recharge before evening activities. Finally, let's talk about what colleagues can do. Colleagues with or without children have lots of power and ability to be better teammates and make companies better for all parents. First, if you don't have children, or if a majority of your team is childless, don't make parent stuff weird. These days, I take many meetings with a child on my lap. I often have to pause for a moment to answer a question or hear about something urgent that my child needs to share. And I am, in fact, not sorry when I need to pause a meeting momentarily or hop off a camera for a minute or two to start a Zoom meeting for a child. You can also ask parents what they prefer you do when a child walks into the room. So I actually dislike it greatly when somebody asks if I need to go or if I need to attend to my child. Trust me, I see them standing next to me saying, "Mom, mom, mom, mom," over and over again. I am not answering them because I do not need to, and they will probably walk away within the next 2 minutes. Other parents might feel like they can't interrupt a meeting in order to respond to their child, so they may prefer that folks ask them if they need a pause. Please, though, under no circumstances should you say to a parent, especially a mother, "It looks like you're busy now, I'll let you go." Second, be friendly. So this one's so simple, just asking how folks are, right? Checking in with each other shows that you care. It shows that parents and just all individuals are appreciated and supported at work. Third, make your voice heard. Parents are so tired right now. They're so very tired. And yet, while we're already wearing many hats and trying to balance multiple full-time jobs at once, we're also trying to hold it together and remain emotionally available for our children and mentally available for work and colleagues. And at the same time, we're also being tasked with identifying exactly what we need, what solutions work for us, voicing our concerns on teams or with teammates when unrealistic expectations are being proposed. And many are fearful that bringing their whole self to work right now and voicing these concerns could put them at risk of losing their jobs. Did someone suggest everyone work late or schedule a late meeting? See someone criticizing a parent for needing to take time because their child is sick or they have a child who needs to be homeschooled or supervised? Parents feel guilty. And parents are concerned about how long we can continue to pull this whole charade off. It's helpful if others on the team speak up as well and say something like, I know this meeting is running over and we want to be respectful of those with a hard stop. Or, is there any chance we can schedule this meeting earlier? I know it doesn't work for everyone's calendar. Or even, let's record this so teammates who aren't here or can't be fully present can catch up later. And a special hack for parents, if you're catching up later, watch it on 1.5 or 2 times speed. And finally, if someone uses a word or a concept that you don't know, Google it. I like to think that most of us are pretty good at Googling, and we generally like learning new things. So if you don't understand childcare costs or sleep regressions or anything else that a parent on your team mentions, just Google it. There are some really great resources out there to learn more. So this final summary is normalize it, be nice, speak up, and use Google. While there are specific things that colleagues can do to help parents, these actions benefit everyone and makes teams stronger. These suggestions really boil down to increasing empathy, curiosity, and an interest in your colleagues and their lives, and a desire to understand one another. When these factors are incorporated into a team's DNA, it leads to stronger, more effective teams that can support and understand one another more effectively. You might speak up about something to support parents on your team, but you're also learning to recognize situations where different accommodations are helpful. You're learning how to support teammates by asking questions and figuring out how to be a better ally on your team. And teams that are strong in these areas help attract and retain more diverse talent. Some days, it all works. And some days, it certainly doesn't. Some days I can give 100% to both areas, and others I feel like I'm letting my children, or my job down. It's important though for all of us as a community, as developers, as colleagues, as peers, and as managers to think about this. Don't let us lose a generation of talented working mothers. In a recent conversation with Anna McKenzie, one of the co-authors of the Parenting Playbook, she said that how we work and what work looks like is a social construct that hasn't changed in years. And it's true, right? And the same can be said for our schools and how we educate our children. I don't know what the solutions are here, but there is no box that we can check that will accommodate everyone. There is no guidebook for how companies, individuals, or peers can best handle this. We need to throw everything on the floor and figure out how to reimagine it. Definitely for now, but maybe also for forever. We're getting ready for potential future waves of COVID-19. And even for schools and daycares that are reopening, parents are just waiting and trying to stay prepared for whatever will come their way next. And that vigilance is exhausting. The main question on my mind is which will happen first? Will parents break, or will we be able to find a new way of working? And for parents, all I can say from one parent to another is that you are doing a great job. Thank you.
Wow, Allison, thank you so much. That was incredible. You did a great job, and you are doing a great job. That was fantastic. I think it's so important for us to have a little more empathy for different perspectives when it comes to working in tech and working in all other areas. So let's give you a second to have a drink of water, have a quick breath. I'm going to share with you the results of today's final developer dilemma. Do people prefer working in an office or remotely? The results are in. So,
Anyway, fill this thing out.
85% of you prefer working remotely, and 15% prefer working in an office. Folks, feel free to throw in any questions you might have for Allison into the YouTube chat. In the meantime, Allison, thank you once again. As a non-parent myself, I'm curious, do you have any further reading or maybe a parent-driven dev podcast episode that you'd recommend for me to be able to get started and learn more?
Yeah. Oh man, to do like a super shameless plug here, the parent-driven development podcast is, if you look at the episode list, we just cover a variety of different topics on there. So it's good to get sort of a bite-sized sense and dig into anything there. I think also there are, if your company has a parenting channel, I know that a number of folks at GitHub join the parenting channel just to get a sense, even if they're not parents, to get a sense of like what parents are talking about, what parents are dealing with every day. And I think the other thing is just encouraging. Sometimes it's just about encouraging parents that you work with that you want to know about these things, that you feel comfortable sharing. I think there are a lot of parents that worry about what it means to be a parent at work, especially a mom, right? They worry about how that may change folks' perceptions of them. And so just sort of being open and saying that you want to hear more about that, you want to like hear what's going on is a great way to get started.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I'm afraid we don't have any more questions for today, but folks, Allison, how can we reach you? What's the best way? Twitter, I imagine.
Yes, Twitter. I'm at Allie_P on Twitter. So that is the best place to reach me.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much once again from all of us. We're about to go into a short break once again before our final talk of the day, because somehow this day flew by. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in about 17 minutes at 8 o'clock CEST PM. See you in a bit. Thanks again, Allison.
Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. check Ramon's audio?
So, I don't know if you noticed, but
Welcome
Yay.
back.
we talked about virtual Ruby Carry, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
Nice. So, welcome back. Well, we're already at our final talk of the day here, main track land. Yee. So, our next two speakers, they're not a stranger to the community. And Ramon, can you tell our audience a bit about them?
Absolutely. So here we go, folks. Our next speaker comes in two. So we've got Kier, who is a platform engineer at Shopify, quite the culinary expert. He enjoys cooking and touring his favorite places to eat, and I hear writing up about them. And Yulik is a software developer at WeTransfer. He gave a lightning talk at Euroko last year, and he plays the trumpet. A musician. Let's hope that he makes an appearance at karaoke today. But I'll let him toot his own horn. Well, folks, let's hear a little bit about sleeping on the job. Please, Kiran.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this talk about background jobs. My name is Yulik, and today with me we have a wonderful Mr. Kier. And we thought that it's really worth it to talk about background jobs because these background jobs are also a best way to crash your application. So they're not only very useful, but they can also be dangerous. Why they can be dangerous is because they run with a delay, which means that they do not start executing immediately when you spool them up. They run for a certain amount of time, which is not always predictable. So, for example, it is possible that you spool up a certain job and you expect it to complete within, say, 300 milliseconds or half a second or a second, but instead it takes 10 seconds or a minute. There are many of the background jobs running at the same time. Even if you're running a single Sidekick worker, you're going to be running multiple flows of execution simultaneously. And some of those jobs take a longer time than others to complete or to fail. Meaning that it's a little bit difficult at times to predict how long an execution of a certain task in your application can take. And we think this session can be useful to you even if you're not necessarily a company running a very large application, because knowing how to approach background jobs safely will potentially allow you to size your service better. That is to figure out how many servers you need to run for your background jobs. But also, it could give you some indications and some hints on where to start looking if you feel that your background jobs cluster or your background jobs code is doing something silly or something that you do not necessarily want it to be doing. This is a touchy topic. Why? Because doing things with background jobs well is controlling parallel processing in time, and sometimes you have to control it in a way which is not immediate. This image here, for those who never seen it before, this is a control panel of the Chernobyl-like RBMK nuclear reactor. And the control panel on the right actually allows you to manually control the load or control the control rods within the separate nuclear reactor channels. And it was actually the job of the nuclear reactor operator on every shift to ensure that these channels heat up and produce power evenly. And it required a lot of manual input. And to provide this input, what you would actually do here is you would hold one of these colored buttons on the right, and then you would operate this rocker switch on the left to move the control rods up or down. And it was actually known to be a stressful job for the nuclear reactor operators, because those RBMK reactors require this babysitting continuously to make sure that in time and over time, their power production within those reactor channels would stay even. And this theme of having your background job executions even or similar in terms of duration and load they cause on your system, we're going to touch that multiple times in this presentation. And the first thing that we're going to need is to have a way to visualize background jobs. And what we are suggesting is this kind of a timeline swim lane view, where you look at your flows of execution from left to right, and we have time laid out from left to right. and your little job, which is, say, a job of a green class, in this case, it gets added to your message queue, which happens when you call, I don't know, process payment job.perform later. Then your job gets spooled into the queue. Then it spends some time in the queue, and then it gets picked up by one of the worker threads or worker processes for execution. And then it takes some time to execute, and then it completes. And then there is a different job which gets picked up by the same worker thread, which then also gets executed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you have multiple workers and threads of execution running at the same time, and each one of them is independently executing some kind of a job. I think this is important because to know what to do with your system, you need a basic degree of knowing what your system is doing, which brings us to this.
Thanks, Jilek. You still have that picture in mind of that huge control plane from a nuclear reactor, where you can imagine workers watching all the metrics and levels and figuring out what to do. And we want to have the same level of observability into the live production system, and to know what's happening with the background jobs. Are they stuck? Are they running? At what rate they're executing? So it's important to have observability into our system. Next slide. There is all sorts of metrics that we want to see of our background jobs. It's the throughput, the rate of the jobs in time per minute or per second, the performance, how long each job by class takes, and distribution, usually P99, P95, P50, and so on, to see what is the distribution of performance of different job classes. At Shopify, we use Datadog. It's a third-party vendor that gives you monitoring. Because we use that because we prefer to build the actual e-commerce and infrastructure for e-commerce for ourselves. But other stuff like monitoring, we use third-party tools. In this case, Datadog.
But come on. I mean, at what cost? What's the charge in Datadog per single metric that you want to save? That's really extreme. We roll more frugally at Retransfer, and what we do, we use AppSignal, which is our provider for application performance monitoring. And with them, creating extra metrics is pretty easy, and it doesn't cost extra. So that's what we use. And an example of a dashboard that you could use for something like this is what we have here. So on the bottom, we see the number of jobs that our workers have received for execution from our web application. And on the top, we see the jobs which are currently executing. So if we would be seeing very large spikes here on the top, then we would suspect that there was a very large spike in a certain type of job. And here we can observe the general pattern in how many jobs are dominating the cluster at this specific moment. And here, for example, we are at 10 o'clock at night. And right now, the deletions start executing. So here we see the scrub prefix and the scrub transfer jobs, which start executing at night when we expire our old data. But whichever tool you use, I would say that these are the metrics that you need, because you need to be able to find the jobs which are the outliers. So the jobs which take a lot more time than others, or the jobs that stall for whatever reason, or the jobs that fail a lot. Another thing that you need to take into account is the two-step deploy. And with the two-step deploy, I mean this. So normally you deploy in just 2 steps here with a blue-green release. So you add a process payment job, you have committed your changes, they are in master, you are deploying your version, and then it's running, and then your application spools the process payment job and executes the process payment job. Easy, right? Well, most likely you're going to run into a situation like this. And what's going to happen is that your background worker server is still running your old version of the application, but you have already introduced your spooling of your new job class in your web application server, which means that within this period of time, this yellow window, your web application server is going to spool the job, and your old worker is going to pick up this job from the job queue, and it's going to try to instantiate the process payment job, and it's not going to be able to. And so you're going to get an error. So the answer to this is to actually deploy in 2 steps. So instead of doing a blue-green, you do a blue-red-green. And so in the first version that you deploy, you make the job code itself available so that every worker can find the job class to execute the job. And only once you know that all of your background workers are running the newer version of the code, which has this job, then you deploy your version, which starts actually enqueuing the job. It's a simple thing, not very hard to ensure that it happens, but it can be very useful. So deploy in 2 steps. And if you have a smaller application or you want to cheat a little bit, you can solve this a bit simpler, and you can actually deploy in sequence, meaning you deploy your background workers first, you ensure that they all have replaced with the new version, and then you deploy your web application. And at WeTransfer, we really pay attention to this. And so we do this as part of a code review. So we just say, yeah, this change is good to go, but we're putting it in request changes so that it can be broken up into pull requests, which the first pull request adds the requisite job code, and the second pull request, which comes after and will be deployed afterwards, adds the spooling of the job. What do you think, Eric?
Come on, we're all humans. We cannot spot all the things in every PR, and I'm sure as a reviewer, I would often miss noticing all the stuff like this. So I wouldn't actually rely on people here. At Shopify, we use GitHub bots to detect different changes, different patterns on your PR. And this is an example of a comment by a bot on a PR that introduced a new job class. It suggests the author of the PR to read some documentation and to make sure that they're doing this 2-step deploy process that you discussed, Ulik.
Oh, you fancy people. You will pass me the source code of this caution table once we're finished recording, okay? Let's move to the next one. So there is also this thing. Where do you store your jobs, right, Kier?
Right. It's important to talk. We're talking about these concepts and best practices in working with background jobs, but I think it's important to also touch on the storage and how that storage scales and what makes it durable. At Shopify, we've been using Redis for probably a decade now. We have some really good operational experience with it. And we used to run it in the data center when we were at the data center. Now we're in cloud. We run Redis in cloud. In GCP, when it's time to move for us from one cloud to another, we will still be able to use Redis that we manage ourselves there. Which is why we invest into our Redis stack. We run highly available Redis with 2 instances, one being primary, and the watcher process that switches one follower to the primary if the previous primary is not working well anymore. And that's managed through DNS. And to store jobs reliably in Redis, we use lpop lpush, which moves a job from a queue into the worker queue. And the worker queue would get acknowledged if the job is done processing, or if the job worker has died, it would not get acknowledged, and it would get back into the queue eventually. Next slide, please. It's important to note that Redis as a database is a single CPU. It's not concurrent, and eventually you would run out of that single CPU on Redis. So you got to figure out how you horizontally scale Redis. Of course, you can make your client, your Rails app, your Ruby app, to connect to multiple Redises and choose to which Redis to connect, and so on. But that logic becomes really complex. Instead, we run Envoy proxy, which for the client looks like just one single Redis. But underneath, Redis proxy speaks Redis protocol and forwards commands to different Redises depending on the key prefix or the hash of the key, which allows us to invisibly add more capacity into our Redis cluster without having to change a single line of the client code. So that's how we run Redis. And that's how we use Redis for background jobs. And I'm curious to learn how you approach that at WeTransfer, Ulik.
Well, we took something off the shelf. So we use AWS. We're not on GCP, and we've decided to go for the solution called SQS, which is something that AWS provides, and SQS is a message queue service, and it's a managed thing. It has built-in durability, meaning that your jobs are not going to disappear. They have very good durability guarantees. They have a number of really nice integrations with other AWS services, such as S3 notifications. And also, one of the great advantages of SQS is that it is not sophisticated. It is managed, and it's not sophisticated. So we really like it for the things it does not have. For example, it does not allow you to prioritize jobs. It does not have topics or sub-queues, so you cannot create complex topologies of the separate queues that you fetch from. You create one queue, it takes a long time, but then there is just this one queue that you have. There is no exactly once received, so there is no complex protocol. When you pull something from SQS, you basically open a long polling HTTP request, and it just feeds you jobs to perform. And the only setting is a URL that you connect to as your endpoint for sending jobs and for listening for the new messages to execute. And you have to delete the job manually from SQS. And all of our services use SQS through a library called Skewer, which we wrote ourselves, and which also includes an active job integration. So our Rails app uses Skewer through active jobs and talks to SQS through Skewer. And our smaller services, they work with Skewer directly. Skewer you can find here on GitHub.
I guess you're just vendor locked to AWS, but with SQS. But
yeah, man. I mean, we just do not have time to contemplate, moving from one cloud platform to another every 6 months or so. It's choices everywhere. The next thing that we need to cover is something that's called sequential execution, which is not something you are very likely to bump into when you have very, very few of something. But it is surprisingly easy to start getting very, very many of something in your application if not having many of something is not one of your priorities. For example, imagine you add a notifications table, and every now and then things need to be deleted from that notifications table because daily you might be generating a few thousand notifications, for example. And usually you do this in jobs which perform things in large batches, and this can create an interesting situation. If we look at it in terms of our time swim lane view or timeline view, and we imagine that this blue job suddenly takes a really, really long time because it's processing a ton of items, what happens there is that it entirely takes over a thread of execution. So one of your workers or threads is taken out of rotation, and it's occupied by this one very long-running job. And this is not a pattern that you want to create, because with 3 worker threads, for instance, it is enough to have 3 of those blue jobs to take all of your capacity away, which means that the green jobs and the pink jobs and the yellow jobs are just not going to get any time on the workers to execute. So it means that, for example, your notification cleanup job is going to be running all right. Maybe there's going to be 2 of them running, but your email deliveries are going to stop. Your payment processing is going to stop, and all the workers are going to be taken by those blue items. And the solution to this is actually chopping a job that executes for a really long time into smaller pieces. And this allows you to schedule other jobs between your pieces. So imagine that here we delete notifications. Here we delete the first 10 notifications or the first 1,000 notifications, and we spool in the subsequent job, which deletes notifications starting from 1,001 up to and including 2,000, and so on and so forth. What this allows you to do, it allows you to create room or space for these jobs to execute as well. So it means that you are not allowing one job to gobble up all of your capacity, and also as a good advantage is that if you decide that you want to add more capacity and you have to start another worker, then it means that on that worker, again, those dark blue jobs, they are going to still be using a substantial amount of runtime, but also there will be some room for other jobs to execute. Whereas if you are in this scenario, very likely that if you start another worker or thread, this job is also going to start executing on that worker or thread. And then the worker that you just have launched when you scale up is going to immediately be completely consumed. And so we have a code for this, which is called sequential perform. and it's relatively straightforward. You add this module, and you call this method in your active job class, and it says perform sequentially, and you tell it which positional argument in your perform method is an array of things, right? Very straightforward. So, for example, here we say that IDs of things are the argument 0, so the only argument to perform. And then we say, please do this in batches of 200. And then when you enqueue the subsequent chunk, enqueue it so that it spends between these many seconds on waiting on the queue before it gets delivered, so that we can create this window for other jobs to execute before the next chunk begins, right? And this gives the system a really nice property, is that your jobs also become interruptible. I think Kier has really done a lot of work on this.
Apart from chopping up jobs for the benefit of better scheduling, there is another reason you want your jobs to be as short as possible. And this reason is a cloud environment. In the modern cloud, your workloads, your VMs, your containers can be terminated with a very little notice, let's say 30 seconds, and your job has to be able to interrupt within 30 seconds and push itself back to the queue. Otherwise, it would be the progress would be lost, which means that there is no way we can run a 2-hour job that iterates over a million of rows without having to interrupt it. When moving to cloud at Shopify, we spent quite a bit of time thinking about that, and also about the fair scheduling problem. And we came up with something called Iteration API. It's actually an open source gem, and you can try it if you're curious. But the gist of it is that rather than defining the job as a perform method, you define it as 2 methods. One method is a collection of things to work on. It's also a enumerator object. The API provides these easy helpers to build enumerator objects out of Active Directory relations, out of arrays, out of CSVs, anything you can imagine. And you can also put your own enumerator objects. And another part of job definition is the each iteration method, which describes what to do with every item of the collection. We found that this pattern of collection and action fits quite a lot of jobs on our platform. And right now, that's how most of jobs at Shopify are defined. And feel free to check out the gem and try it. It works with Sidekick and Rescue as well.
How long did it take for you to explain to everyone on the team how those enumerator builder method works, and what the cursor is and all this kind of stuff? Was it easy?
I guess we invest quite a bit into documentation and onboarding, but once developers are familiar with the pattern, they can navigate the code base fairly well.
This is commendable. This is commendable. And this one you also have some experience with, right?
Yeah. It's interesting to talk about something called congestion on resources. And we've all been in a situation where we see workers not catching up with the amount of jobs. Maybe it's a spike of traffic, or something is slowing down. And our first reaction is to throw more workers, throw more money into the problem. And sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. Let's go to the next slide. There is always some bottlenecks in the system. It can be a database. A database can do only given amount of writes per second. It can be a third-party API that always has some rate limits. And the more workers you have concurrently executing something in the system, the higher chance you will hit those bottlenecks. So it's not as simple as throwing more workers. And actually, we have to throttle things so that we don't do too many writes to the database, or we don't do too many third-party API calls.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. That's this one, right?
Yeah. As I explained about iteration API, it wraps all units of work into these well-defined methods. And now that every unit of work is wrapped into something, we can do things platform-wide. So for instance, each iteration method from every job would be throttled based on the database health in a way that developers don't even need to learn about how to throttle on the database health, what signals to use, and so on, so on. And we can roll that for the entire fleet for all the jobs on the platform.
Oh, that's really sophisticated. We have it much simpler because, like, I would have never guessed that this thing actually throttles the DB, but I guess it's the trick it has up its sleeve. We do it in a more straightforward fashion. We just have a module called DB Waiter, and my former colleague Van der Hillen has made a great presentation about this technique at one of the Bang Bang cons, I believe. And what we do is on every batch that we want to process, we wrap it in a call to the dbwaiter.gently method, and this method is just going to wait for DB availability. So it's going to poll for a certain MySQL parameter, and it only is going to allow the method call to continue once this parameter is within limits. Yeah, I think this is much slicker, although I wouldn't have guessed what it does.
That's a lot of block of codes to wrap into dbwaiter gently.
Yeah, well, it is visible. It is visible, though. It is visible. Another thing that we encounter is dogpiling. And by dogpiling, I mean that at a certain moment, multiple jobs kind of paradrop down on one single resource, and then this resource gets overwhelmed. It can be the database, but for us, it can be external APIs primarily. For example, what happens when you shoot too many requests into S3 to a certain prefix, then S3 is going to give you back an error, which is called slowdown, which means that you are hammering it too much. But it will also, before it replies to you with this slowdown, it's going to hold up your HTTP API request for a long number of seconds, because they realize that if you have something in your system which sends them too many requests, then if they reply with a slowdown, you are likely to continue sending the requests at this rate. So what they do, they artificially stretch the response time to your request so that your system does not have the opportunity to continue generating more and more and more and more requests. And what happens then is that, imagine this job executes, the yellow one, and it executes okay because it has enough capacity on this specific API call. But then another job starts and it gets throttled. And it occupies this execution slot, and it takes, suddenly, instead of taking 300 milliseconds, it takes 30 seconds or 20 seconds before it finally fails. And in this situation, if you start more workers because you are not processing the jobs at a sufficient rate, what you're going to do, you're going to make the situation worse, because all of the jobs which try to execute the same API call, which is blocking or throttling you, all of these workers are now going to take 20 or 30 seconds, which means that all of the new workers that you start are going to be stuck waiting for this error reply from S3 in this particular case. So what we do is we apply a so-called concurrent execution lock in this situation. And the concurrent execution lock is something that sits between the job execution and the external resource. And what's going to happen is that here we execute a job which deletes from this prefix. So the transfer /AB can be one of the job arguments, for example, one of the job parameters. And if a second job arrives, which processes the same prefix and which wants to do the same call, what's going to happen is that before it's allowed to start, it's going to be canceled. It's going to be canceled and it's going to be thrown back into the queue with a certain delay, so that when it arrives in one of the workers again, the previous job, which consumes capacity on that shared resource, has finished. Meaning that we do not start getting into a situation where we get throttled, and we also free this slot so that this green job can execute in there instead. And we have a small thing for that, which is just called limit concurrent executions. We try to design our jobs in such a way that the shapes of the arguments or the parameters of the jobs are sufficient to set up this concurrent execution lock for that job, and this log gets applied before the job even starts. And for that, we use something called SUO, which is a very nice gem for implementing locks and token locks based on Redis or Memcached. And we use Redis as a supplement to SQS. So transient data, or the data we need very, very, very randomly, we store in Redis, but the jobs themselves has to be durable, and they are on SQS. And then, of course, you need to control this thing somehow, right, Kier?
Right. We also use a very similar way to control concurrency based on Redis as a metadata store. But what I wanted to talk about here is disaster scenarios and how we protect from those. Imagine an error in code that causes a certain job to get enqueued in the infinite loop, making the queue size grow through the roof.
Yeah,
or imagine something retrying indefinitely. We want a way to cancel all those things as an emergency tool to have control over the system, and ideally we want to cancel those selectively. We employ ChatOps a lot at Shopify for all sorts of commands to manage and operate our infrastructure. And we also use ChatOps for jobs operation. And one tool called Blackhole allows us to send all the jobs of the certain filter basically to nowhere. They would not get executed at all. For instance, you could target a certain job class with any arguments, or you can target a job class of payment job with a specific tenant ID that equals a specific number. Or you could even use regular expressions if that's something that you want to manage based on params.
That's really nice. Also very sophisticated. I think we are a little bit more retrograde in this respect. We just have this, which basically you can set a key in Redis to discard jobs of a certain class, and you have to set that Redis key explicitly on the Redis cluster, and you have to set it manually. ChatOps are really nice, really nice, really nice. Would love to have this.
I would get slightly uncomfortable having to get into the live Redis on production to set up that force discard key, but I guess that works too.
Yeah, works for us, but I agree with you. It's uncomfortable. It is in time of need, man. In time of need. And we have the Classica.
Job priorities, something that every library offers as the first thing in the README, but also a topic that I don't think we talk enough about in the community. So if you start using Sidekick or Rescue or any other library, it will tell you to define a number of queues, and every job would have a queue assigned, and you can give a bit more workers to a certain queue or a bit less workers to another queue. Some queues would be higher priority, some would be lower priority, and so on and so on. If we look at e-commerce and like what are the actual business models that happen there, the one that's most important is the checkout flow. You go add something to the cart, proceed to the checkout, enter your mailing address, shipping address, and you want to see how much it costs to get something shipped for you. Checking shipping rates for a bunch of providers can take a long time. We don't want to do that from a web request, so that happens from a background job while the client is waiting. So we want that job to execute as fast as possible. That job would be in some of the highest queues. Then there would be payment happening at the step when you've agreed to that shipping rate and entered your credit card number and so on. And payment would probably take much longer because the process of moving money from one account to another account, pre-authorizing and doing all the checks with the credit card takes time. So maybe that would have slightly different priority from the shipping rate. And then there is different steps like updating the inventory, sending mail notifications, maybe sending webhooks to integrations about the fact that there is a new purchase. Some of those would have much lower priority of their queue than shipping payment rates or doing or processing the payment. So we employ queues quite a lot. And while it's not always very easy to choose the right queue, that's something that we wouldn't be able to live without from the operational point of view.
Okay, so this is somewhere I just need to throw this out there. I think priorities are no good for two reasons. So first, for us, those priorities are very hard to realize. We'll talk about this in a second. But also, the idea behind using priorities is usually that you say one job is more important than the other. So when there is not enough capacity to process all the jobs at the same time, let's process a certain job which has a higher priority, let's process it first. So you're making an operational decision upfront, as it were. You're making a guess effectively, and you're saying this job is more important, so let's let it execute first. What it gets you to is a situation like this. So imagine we're running a blue job, and the blue job has the highest priority. And as we in computer graphics, we used to say, I do not always set my render priority, but when I do, it's 9999999. And so this blue job executes first, and it starts executing first, but it also has an error, and it also times out, and it's also slow on the database. So what it does, it consumes your entire worker thread again. So you've taken a unit of capacity out. It runs for a really long time. It does not allow other jobs to execute, and it effectively executes the guess that you have made that this job can start first. Whereas in practice, it will still cause the same operational concerns. And the problem with this guessing is that the actual priorities. Like most of the time, we find ourselves thinking about, oh, it would be nice if this job had a lower priority than others, or we think, oh, it would be nice that this job had a higher priority than others. Happens when we have an outage, and then we see, oh, this particular job has failure, so it would be nice if it had lower priorities. But the failures can be intermittent. So a job that was perfectly fine yesterday and was talking to the same email provider, today the email provider's API is playing up, and so this job is suddenly causing you a lot of trouble. But the priorities you set in code, and you set those priorities in a structured manner in a commit. So it's not a knob that you can turn in real time. It's really a hard upfront guesstimate that you're taking and a bet that you're making. And also for us, it's way less relevant because it's SQS, and SQS does not have routing topics, which would allow you to have separate subqueues. Creating an SQS queue takes a lot of time because they use some replication things so that this queue is durable and reliable. And you only can create up to that many queues per account. So when you're creating a queue, you have to be you have to take that into consideration, how many queues you create. And those queues, they are really much more like heaps. They are not like Kafka topics. Kafka topics, for example, they are ordered they are not like routing keys in RabbitMQ, for example. So maybe we could have used priorities if we were using a more sophisticated message broker, because those systems like Sidekick and RabbitMQ and SQS, usually they're called message brokers. But for us at this time, using priorities would actually create more trouble than it's worth, I think. For us, we take the easy and the easy hard way out is that we try to get into a situation where, on average, more or less, most of the jobs fit into a hard known time window. And if the jobs start exceeding this time window, then we take operational measures based on that, as opposed to making bets as to, well, if that job was scheduled first, then maybe our performance would have been better than if it weren't. But like I said, that's our approach. That's I guess that whole theme of different approaches, it kind of resonates here, right?
Yeah, I think it's time to wrap up. And it's interesting to note that like Shopify and WeTransfer have slightly different number of developers. At Shopify, we have hundreds of developers working on the same monolith, and we optimize for different things and different styles of APIs. And it's interesting how, based on this talk and different examples, you can see how different number of developers leads to different solutions. But at the same time, a lot of things are very similar. Like operational concerns are very similar. Both everyone needs fuses, early cancellation, concurrency controls. Everyone needs the safe deployment strategy with two-step deploy to avoid losing jobs. Everyone needs scalable and durable data storage for jobs. Either it's Redis that you manage yourself, or Redis that your hosting manages for you. Either that's SQS, and all the knobs and real-time controls. We both need them.
Yeah, and I think this is actually something that a lot of those message brokers could learn from Sidekick, is that the Sidekick was kind of pioneering in that regard, and that they ship an application which you can use to manipulate your job queues out of the box. You just have to install it into your application. But we can see this becoming more and more of a subject in the coming years or months. Like real time controlling your loads and the settings of your job execution in real time is certainly going to be something that's going to become more popular. And you don't need all of the above that we've just listed, right, Keir?
Yeah, we don't want the audience to get overwhelmed of oh, this is so many tools that I now need to develop and adopt. You don't need all of this, but you might need some of this. And don't think that we just all figured it out. Every tool that we mentioned today came out of an incident or some kind of terrible thing that happened in one of our apps that led us to come up with some safety mechanisms to protect from it. So it's years and years of learning from our mistakes. So hopefully you can use our talk today as a cheat sheet, learn from our mistakes, and do some exciting stuff with background jobs.
Yes. And now, by means of amazing video technology, we're going to jump back into real-time space with you, and we're going to be happy to take any questions.
Thanks everyone for listening.
Thanks everyone.
Hi there. Thank you so much to the both of you. That was absolutely wonderful. So we are coming on pretty close to the time slot for our panel discussion. So I don't know. Do we have time for a quick question, Raita?
I think we're gonna go straight to the panel. So we're waiting for Tom to join, and there he is.
Ooh, you've moved.
I've moved, yes.
Tom has teleported.
Welcome.
Everyone. So thank you, Yuli, Keir, for your talk. So we have some questions for you. Keir, can I start with you? So did anything announced that was coming to Ruby 3 this year jump out at you, and why?
Personally, I'm really excited about the actor pattern coming to Ruby and the Rector implementation that's in progress. I've been closely watching the PR open on Ruby/Ruby on GitHub and trying to get my hands dirty, playing with actors and learning the new Ruby model and providing feedback. So I'm excited to see where it goes.
Thanks. Yulik, how about you?
I think I'm really excited about the work Samuel Williams is doing and about the non-blocking I/O, because I think at the moment most of these, especially network-bound applications that we write in Ruby, they could benefit from more concurrency, and a lot of performance bottlenecks are I/O bound. And if all of the I/O could become non-blocking, this would really put Ruby back in the same leagues with Node and Go in terms of I/O performance and concurrency, therefore. So I'm really excited for those.
Thank you. Ramon, you have a question for Tom?
Well, before I want to give Tom the opportunity also to tell us what he is excited about in Ruby 3, if there's anything that jumped out at you.
For me, it's probably the pattern matching, although I think that's just becoming stable in 3.0. The reactor model is also very interesting to me. I would very much like to see how that becomes what final product that becomes.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Here's more of a cheeky question, if I may. What's your go-to karaoke song? By the way, we do have a sign-up sheet for karaoke later today. It's going to be bit.ly/noruko-karaoke. I hope the link will come up on the YouTube chat below. So, sorry, yes. Yulik, do you have one?
Oh, last time I went to karaoke, I was so drunk that I actually forgot. So it's going to take too long for me to remember which song that was. Probably something from the Village People.
That's a good choice. How about you, Kara?
Yeah, personally, I think I almost never been to karaoke, or at least like I've passed by my friends singing, but I've never done that myself. So not sure I have one yet, but maybe I'll have one once I try it with some Ruby people.
Tonight's the night.
You've got a chance today. How about you, Tom? Do you got a go-to song?
Not really. The only other time I did karaoke was Yuruko 2019. Otherwise, I would say like Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way.
Ooh, that's a good song. It's a good karaoke song.
Passionate.
Nice. Okay, we'll remember that. So I'm curious, Yulik, how did you get started with Ruby? And how old were you when you started programming? Oh, that's two questions.
So when I started programming, that was in high school, and we just had to program a little bit in BASIC, which was just part of the regular, high school curriculum. But I didn't pay much attention to it, and then I got into programming when I was about 18, and I just needed some web work done because I was a designer on a project, and the guy who was supposed to be the web developer on the project, he just said, I'm not programming this stuff that you are designing. And then I was like, well, okay, then I'll gotta try it myself. And with Ruby, I've been busy for maybe 12, 13 years. I think I started using Ruby around the same time as Victor, who was giving the presentation earlier on the community track. So about 14 years ago, 15 or so. Something like that.
14, 15 years ago, that's a really long time.
Yeah, I know.
How about you, Kier?
So I've started programming when I was still in school, maybe like 13 years old. I was doing some HTML and CSS websites because that seemed fun. And then I wanted to add some more dynamic things to those websites. So I've learned PHP. And I've started making some cash doing websites for other people. Still back in school, I mostly used that to buy more games for PlayStation. And a few years after that, I discovered that there is Rails and Ruby on Rails, and it takes so much less time to do all the CRUD applications with Rails than I used to do with PHP. It's literally like 1 day of work versus a week of work. So I started getting into Ruby on Rails. And I think that was about 10 years ago. So and that's, yeah, I can't believe I've been doing Ruby for already 10 years.
Wow, 10 years. How about you, Tom?
It's been a while. I remember I started out with HTML and Dreamweaver. I'm not quite sure when that was, but I started the actual first programming language was probably Visual Basic.NET around 2005, 2006. Then switched to PHP and then Ruby and then Git at the same time. I remember that. That was when I was doing my bachelor's. So that's many years ago now.
Awesome. So, Yulik and Kir, you just gave us a really wonderful, well choreographed, pre-recorded talk, and I'm wondering how was that experience for you? Is this your first time doing something like this?
I don't know. For me, it was the first experience of doing a talk in a duo, and it was challenging. For me, it was challenging because like the timing wasn't right, the tools weren't cooperating, all sorts of challenges.
It was also the first time.
We'll just do it live. Sorry, Kir. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying that it was also the first time for me doing it pre-recorded, and also first time for me doing that many transitions between speakers. And as Yulik said, that was a bit trickier. I'm not sure if that would be easier if we did it live, because transitions live could be terrible. And now at least Yulik was able to cut some of the gaps.
Yeah, I probably will try this again, but it was really special. I didn't have this experience before.
Yeah, it can be pretty hard, right? How about you, Tom? You got some experience with doing this kind of pre-production?
Well,
Oh, sorry.
So you were addressing.
I was asking Tom. Sorry.
Yeah, Tom. Tell us.
I do not have any experience with the pre-production of it. I probably would get too much into detail, like trying to get it all perfect, take out all the small gaffes I make, and never get around to actually finishing it. So probably better that I just do it live and accept any faults in the presentation.
I understand. Yulik, I'm sorry. What? Please go ahead.
No, I'm saying like it was super challenging, but also very very rewarding.
That's good to hear. Awesome.
Excellent. So, Tom, what are your favorite tools for development?
Well, I already mentioned one in my talk. I love Vim. I love using that. Really thankful to the people who told me to, like, hey, maybe you should try Vim when I was using Sublime Text back in the day. Of course, I also love Git. Like, I get a lot of in the detail and the magical commands that some people stay away from. So I love that. And personally, like for personal automation, I use Hammerspoon a lot on my computer. Automation that's in my system is done through that, all the shortcuts, all the window management. I can just write everything in Lua and go crazy, basically.
Awesome.
And how about you, Kir? What are your favorite development tools?
I'll throw some tools that are kind of on the edge to make it interesting. Lately, I've been enjoying using Sorbet to type my Ruby code, especially for areas of code where the price of a mistake or of no method error would be too high. And I think at this point, Sorbet now is pretty mature as a library, as a thing to adopt. And another tool that I've been exploring and enjoying lately is Nix. It makes managing local dependencies so much easier. You can think of it as a brew but without all the versioning and conflicting things that you might have experienced with Brew. Yeah, those are the things I would suggest checking for anyone who's curious to explore new tools.
Nice. And Julik, what are your favorite development tools?
So I would say my development tools are, well, first, I'm probably one of the few dinosaurs who are still firmly with TextMate. Yay. So that's even less than 10%, because somebody is suggesting that there are 10% of Emacs users where there are even less TextMate users. And the other thing that I use a lot, and Ruby is actually one of those things, and I think this is something we do not have nearly enough of these days, are things which are dynamically changeable. Meaning languages where when something doesn't work, you are allowed to take a big crowbar and go inside the thing and change the way it works. Ruby works this way. JavaScript, until you introduce sophisticated precompilers, works this way. Smalltalk's used this way. So anything that brings us kind of closer to mutable computing, as they say, I guess those are my tools of choice, because I think this just creates a different relationship between the computer and the computer user.
Awesome. Thank you all. Raita, why don't you maybe tell us a little bit about your favorite tools?
Yeah, for development. Well, I've been tinkering around with the Vim as well a bit, but I'm not I'm not very experienced just yet. And well, actually, my tools are pretty basic. I don't have that much experience just yet, so I'm taking all the advice I can get and try and tinker out a bit. It's not like I'm like still willing and able to try out a lot, and I'm still learning. So again, I just switched from Atom to Vim, and it's nice, but I still have to like learn a lot. It's a lot of muscle memory. So yeah, so everyone just like if you have a nice tip, and then I try see if I like it. But it's not like, yes, this is it, and if I don't, it's not this or die. How about you, Ramon?
Yeah, I think I'm also in that Vim boat. I enjoy it very much. Just feels super fun to do. I do look at people using Visual Studio Code and thinking like I'm almost ready to check it out, and then I'm like, but like my Vim keys are making it hard for me to make the transition. So like I dabble in it every now and then, but I don't know. Old habits die hard, I guess. If I want to give a shout out to a tool, I was having a problem that I use Tmux to manage my windows in my terminal. And I was having a problem where it was getting really slow to open a new console in my Tmux. And I found that the culprit was NVM, Node Version Manager. I had a lot of Node versions installed, and so that was slowing me down quite a bit getting it into my environment. And someone pointed me to a tool written in Reason, which is a programming language, called FNM. I'm not affiliated with them. That someone recommended it to me. And that cut my startup time from 10 seconds to a couple milliseconds. So shout out to them. Thanks for the work.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Tom, have you been trying out any new other programming languages lately?
Not lately. I'm still trying to learn Rust more. Trying to get more familiar with that.
Ramon is very happy to hear that.
I like Rust. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, me too. Like we use it at AppSignal, and I want to work more on the parts that use it a lot. And currently, still have to get a lot of help trying to get things sorted out, understand what's going on.
How about the rest of you, Kier?
I've been playing with Rust as well, especially during the lockdown. I think for a month or so, all of my spare time, I was learning and playing with Rust. I would love to shout out to a few people from the Rust community who do YouTube tutorials, especially those where they take a problem and start coding, and that YouTube video is maybe like 60, 90 minutes, but they go through all the language features that they use and why they use them, and what are some of the things that are not super obvious. So I learned a lot from that. And I think Rust is pretty cool for stuff like TCP practice at work. I like a lot of stuff with scaling Shopify has to do with introducing a proxy between a client and the server. So rather than connecting from Rails to MySQL directly, Rails connects to multiplexing proxy in between, which helps to take a lot of load from MySQL. And there is a proxy like that for pretty much every database type that we use. And I've been playing with Rust, writing a database proxy in it. I really enjoyed it, and I hope I get a bit more time to get back to Rust. Maybe at work even.
Nice. And how about you, Yulik?
I have been playing with Crystal a lot, and I have been working with Golang a lot. Crystal was especially kind of inviting and nice, and at WeTransfer we actually even run a service in Crystal in production. I didn't write it, but some of my wonderful colleagues did it. And we even done some work on kind of looking into how we can do operationalizing Crystal, so how we could do things like error handling and things like that. I think Crystal is very noteworthy for a Rubyist to look into. I didn't like Go very much. I mean, it's completely workable and it's a really nice language. I don't really subscribe to the philosophy. And I guess the thing that fascinated me more of these, like in general, it's not necessarily the languages themselves, but how to do something that works well in an ecosystem. Like, for example, what Tatiana was presenting today about OpenGL. Like, imagine you want an application which needs to put a window on the screen and draw a line on the screen. You can use whichever language you want, and you may even be familiar with this language. But before you get all the libraries and all the frameworks on your particular operating system to cooperate, before you figure out why the linker doesn't work, before you figure out why the compiling fails, all of this kind of stuff, you actually spend more time than on writing the logic in the code itself. And what fascinates me more than languages, to be honest, is how can this problem be solved? Like, is there something that makes this ridiculously simpler than it is now? Like, imagine I want a window with a button with native OS controls. What should I use? Except Electron, maybe. That's kind of a fascinating topic.
Well, one question that we asked to our panelists in the previous panel was, and that I would love to hear from you as well, is, during this time, have you been watching a lot of talks? And if so, is there a talk that you would recommend that to pass on, that you could give a shout out to for folks? It doesn't have to be at this conference, can be at other conferences that you've seen, particular talks that have really moved or influenced you in the last time. Yulik, why don't you start us off?
I'm trying to remember. So I think there is one, and that was the last talk by Sandy Metz, which was really impressive for me, which kind of revealed the impact that generations have on equality, equity, and enablement, and acquisition of wealth in a way. Because, for example, in most of the countries where we are located, questions like, do you even get to own a property when you are at a certain age? Where do you go live with your family? Is your job going to be safe in a decade when the technologies change and the accessibility of technologies changes? Things like that. I think this was the highlight really for me of the recent talks.
I saw that talk. It was excellent. It was at, I believe, RubyConf last year, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the talk is called Lucky You. I can highly vouch. I can highly recommend it. It's great. Sorry, got excited. Kira, how about you? Is there any talk that's been jumping out at you?
That talk that Ulick mentioned sounds really interesting. I would love to watch that. I personally haven't watched too many things in maybe last 6 or 9 months because this year has been kind of crazy for all of us. So maybe I'll pass it to Tom.
Oh, Tom, you're still there?
He looks happy. Ah, there he
Yeah,
is. You're
he's
muted, by
still,
the way.
yeah. You are muted.
Dropping or rather I am. So my selfish programmer by Justles. It sounds a lot like what my talk is not about communication. It's more about how you do programming and how you can be practical in this kind of development.
Oops.
I think the connection might
hope
be
you
a
got
bit
that.
off.
Yeah.
I think the
Let's move on.
connection might be a bit off. I kind of missed it, but we'll see. So Ramon, how are we on time? How many questions can we still?
I think we've got time for one more shortish question. And I'll make it a quick one, if I may.
Go ahead.
If all goes well, will I see all of you at Eurico next year?
Yes.
That's a yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, chime in.
I used to. It is the one that's going to be in Helsinki, Finland, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I used to live there for a few years. I'm really looking forward to come back for the conference and to see all the people from the local Ruby community that I know from the meetup, and as well as all the rest of Ruby friends from the rest of Europe and around the world.
Excellent. How about you, Tom and Ulick?
I would say I'm looking forward to it. I actually bought a ticket last year. I just couldn't, use that ticket. So I hope it's still valid.
How about you, Tom?
Yeah, if it's safe to travel again and have large gatherings, then I would definitely look into it. And go.
Excellent. Excellent. Right, I hope you too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. I'll be there too. I got my ticket as well. Well, folks, thank you all very much for taking the time to answer our questions. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Yes, thank you. I hope you have already submitted your karaoke Google form. It will not be recorded. You'll be safe. It's fine. It's just us.
All right, folks, let's start wrapping up our day. And what a day it has been. It's been an absolute delight to be with you here today, to share these talks with you. As you can see, I've put a little link here on my right, my left, your whatever, you know what I mean. It's what a great day this has been. I'm going to give such a big thanks to all of you for being here today. And Raita, how about would you like to give out a couple shout outs?
Oh, yes, yeah. I want to thank I want to thank you, Ramon. Yes, yeah, I learned a lot for you how to be an MC. This is my first conference I emceed, and I was so nervous. So thank you so much, Ramon, for this. I also want to thank Arno, our other MC, who did the community track. And of course, my partner in crime, Floor, the other organizer, Tom. I want to thank Henk. Henk is our tech guy. I want to thank our sponsors, FullStack for hosting us, AppSignal, our accessibility sponsor. And I forgot anyone, Ramon?
Let's forget. Let's see. We got AppSignal. Yeah, you said FullStack. Let's thank Andrew from White Coat Captioning for providing our incredible captions for today. Our speakers, of course, you've all been wonderful. Folks watching, you've been incredible. Thanks for all your great questions, for tuning in, for sticking through the whole day. It's been a blast. It's been indescribable. Don't forget, we got karaoke coming up in 5 minutes. If you've already submitted the form, you will have received your link to the Zoom call in your email inbox. And well, what left is there to say except we're live on YouTube, and I've always wanted to do this. So thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to leave a comment on those comments below. Click that bell to get notifications for all the videos we've got coming up. Be sure to subscribe to our channel. Thank you to all our sponsors. And as always, I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everybody.